expected to quicken up given the nice day we've had, and the weather might harden the surface up a bit, but still pretty slow.
Oh, good bounce and good judgment of bounce too, and it had to be because it did move back in. He ended up going over the top of the stumps of Jeet Raval.
Almost easy action, isn't it, from Jeet? Judgment by Raval, first ball. Good swing on the new ball bowler. It's on to watching these first 10 overs or so just to see how Bangladesh can use that new red ball.
Shape. Promising start.
Second ball. Right on middle stump. Swinging back into the left-hander. Excellent technique as well from Jeet Raval. Saw after lunch, didn't we? Tim Southey's still able to move the ball.
Who slips? A gully and a point. It's no surprise there, but they do have a man at short cover, which is of interest, particularly with a new ball attack. If a mid-off, a mid-on, man with a really square mid-wicket and a fine leg. That is the field for this opening blast, if you like, from Bangladesh. Got to make it count.
With the swing of the ball, one field placement they might consider. Perhaps having a short leg in there for just a few overs. Bell and Latham both left-handed, so the ball come back into them. Bounce with that swing. Just isolate that inside edge.
There's a really nice gap, isn't there? Square on the leg side to Raval, just even to get his innings underway. Single. He's waiting for something to be pitched on leg or down leg. A little touch. This gap over through extra cover as well.
Very accurate first over testing, that Raval did the job. It's a none for none. Now of interest in this scorecard is, of course, Tamim at the top, but no extras out of the 234 runs. Very rare, in fact, so rare, it's the highest total with no extras in a test in New Zealand, ever. Previous highest was 77 by the West Indies when the New Zealand won their first test match back in 1956, which you were at, Leslie. Overall record in world cricket is 328.
Middle, please.
Pakistan versus India in 1955.
Two.
Right, Tom Latham, whose form against Sri Lanka was outstanding. Big scores. Got really hungry for test runs there. And his average now is 41.59 on the increase. And for Tom Latham, they have another interesting field set, and that's a very deep leg gully. On the left of screen there. Into the hip, maybe. First ball in test cricket.
Well, it's not bad for the young man, is it? He was in the Air Force volleyball team and they ran a fast bowling clinic 3 years ago. Air Force, and he entered into a pace bowling clinic. That was back in 2016. But that was just 3 years ago. They're very proud of him, the Air Force.
would have been the dream start. And they've put it down. That is a bad error.
Well, he was picked for his pace, Ibadot, and almost too quick. He thought he had it as well. So Marmadula, the skippers, put it down.
And to state the obvious, the catches need to be taken. A relatively low first innings total. That was eminently catchable. Key moment early on in New Zealand's first innings.
So not Marmadula, the skipper might be having some words with Shumasaka. He's put the ball down in the cordon. Oh, it looked easy-ish from there, but...
They're never easy when they're flying off a new ball, but you've got to take those, I'm sorry. You just have to. And you really have to support your bowler on debut. What a start that would have been. The Air Force would have been very happy if that had stayed in the hands.
Cracking delivery, wasn't it, from Ibadot? Good bounce, good pace. Oh. Almost for Bangladesh.
This is an impressive start with this new ball. Created one opportunity, given New Zealand nothing in 11 deliveries.
And for a young man who be a bit dry mouth on his debut, having to put his best foot forward, he is picked because he can bowl seam up. Anthony Walsh, bowling coach for Bangladesh, on the right of screen.
Right on, right on. No!
Starts with a maiden, and it could have been a wicket maiden. Hard luck for the young man. Still none for none.
Latham looking to get off the mark. Fabulous save, though. Look at the commitment. Might have smacked his chin. Might have bitten his tongue as well. Has he a bit of blood in there? Yeah, fabulous save. Away arm, outside arm. Are doing everything right at this stage, Bangladesh.
Here they are. This has been impressive. Abu Jaid around that early 130 km/h mark, so it's just steady in terms of pace, but he's getting the ball to swing nicely, and it's good bounce. He's got nice easy flowing action, hasn't he? So not too many things can go wrong with it. He's a strapping lad, and it's in around off stump and swinging, so the challenge is there for Raval.
Good leave. Pretty tight to that off stump, that last delivery, but he knew where it was, Jeet Raval.
Look, this new ball spell becomes just so important for Bangladesh. They probably still reeling and probably still really annoyed in their own minds about the way their innings collapsed from, I think, 121 for one at one stage. Built around that terrific knock by Tamim. They have a chance here with the new ball. If they can get the ball in the right areas, show there's still enough there in the pitch. And with the swing, some pressure on the local side.
Wait on.
Another good delivery. Bringing Raval forward.
Oh, well, let's just have a look at this economical action. Nice steady run up. Remember, these two young men are under the watchful eye of Courtney Walsh, one of the greats of all time. So they've got that in their favour, very much so. Pretty good seam release, just a little bit of a wobble there. the last thing you want to do as an opening batsman is play every ball, particularly defensively. That's good bowling. That one's just angled across.
Yeah, that's the first indication of something maybe slightly different from Jeet. Just looking to go across the left-handed Raval. Pitched in pretty much the same areas that a lot of them have been pitching, but just went across with the arm and swing back in. So perhaps a string or two extra strings to the bow for Abu Jeet. Start this by Bangladesh. Good start.
Oh, that's very, very good. My goodness, the only thing better was the judgment, but only just.
Yeah, that's a bit close to be leaving. Great seam presentation again. Oh, it's more than a coat of varnish. It's about an inch away from the off stump. Say that's an excellent lead showing good judgment, or you could say there's a bit of good fortune. Take your pick.
Some people find it hard to bowl to left-handers, but this combo is not having an issue at all. It's so accurate. Finally some runs. New Zealand break the shackles. Just a little bit too much towards leg stump, that one. So Raval is underway, as are New Zealand, 2 for none.
Yeah, Bedota saying there's the catch, the chance. Sumia, second slip. Rueful looks from the bowler. First over in Test match cricket. What a start that would have been. Good pace too. Nice action. Promising. Good grouping.
Again, he's tucking up Tom Latham. They've got this theory about Latham around about the hip, I think, because that leg gully has stayed in place. His man just in front of square as well. So they've got that area off his hip pretty well protected with a man behind them at fine leg. So, but you have to have really good control. Otherwise, you can collect runs all the time there.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? Bowling at a batsman's hip to get him to pick out that leg gully. Feels him. Jeepers. Have a lot of runs either side if he gets it wrong. I'm just trying to recall the Latham's ever got out, kind of chipping it off his hip to leg gully on that position, or whether it's been an issue in the past. Does he hit it aerially in that direction? I think it stands out from my pretty average memory, to be fair.
Certainly, Ken, you're right in terms of the leg side, but generally it's the mid-wicket sort of area, more so in front of the wicket than behind, but I don't mind the theory if you can bowl with accuracy.
Look at the speed now. We've had 135, 140, 139. That's another reason why he has been selected, Ibadot Hussain, is his ability to threaten the 140 plus and bowl it consistently. Down the other end, Jeet as well. A lot of the Bangladeshi bowlers are medium paces, sitting around 129, 130. These two opening bowlers for Bangladesh can get it through the 140s.
Oh, and that is really pressure. That's so unlike Tom Latham. That's pretty average. And it just comes from the accuracy and being pinned down. See Tom Latham playing like that. It's a nothing shot from his point of view. Fraught with disaster.
It's a half shot, wasn't it? Knew he'd made a mistake as soon as he waved his bat at the ball.
Wait on.
It's better connection, but again, how accurate the bowling. Still just a couple of clicks under 140. that fifth delivery. No runs off his bowling so far.
No, it's a good start. He's a relative novice, isn't he? Only having played the 19 first-class games. Give a dot.
Eberdot, 2 overs, 2 maidens. Still 2 for none. Very strong batting lineup if they get a platform with Williamson at 3, Taylor at 4, and Henry Nicholls elevated to number 5 in the World Test Match batting rankings as well. Then you've got BJ Watling, so proficient with few opportunities at international level, and Colin de Grandhomme. Oh, that's amazing leave. I absolutely understand why those hands are on that head. Goodness gracious. I think you're at the Gabba.
Yeah, leaving it on bounces as much as line as Raval. It's just got to scurry through a tiny bit lower, or he's just going to misjudge the length. That's not that short. I mean, that's really trusting the bounce. Really trusting the bounce. That's just short of a good length, really. That's good bowling. That's good, tidy stuff.
And it's exquisite, isn't it? The actual ability for Jeet Raval to know, and as we've talked about, trust the wicket, but know exactly where the 3 stumps are behind him. Got a job to do, wants to get his team off to a good start.
Well, it's a big chance for him, Leslie, isn't it? It's the statistic he wants in his portfolio is the one next to that 100 column, and he's done well. He's averaging around the late 30s. He's done really well. That's good for opening the batting in New Zealand, where if you get the toss of the coin wrong, you're going to be opening in lush conditions more often than not. So to be averaging late 30s is excellent. It's a good start to his career, but that one big innings is eluding him.
How about that man and straight on the pitch now? Mamadullah, the captain, in there. Very, very straight. Straight in the eye line of Jeet Raval, and making it a little bit awkward too for Tom Latham, who's right behind him, trying to run. But he's really saying to my bowler, I'm very happy with the line you're bowling, and I'm trusting you. Excellent.
He can trust him, can't he, what we've seen so far?
What it does give you is a massive gap in the covers.
Tempt the player. Good captaincy. Just to get in that eye line of the batsman into. Give Ravel something to look at that's slightly unusual. He wouldn't expect to be facing a bowler that fieldsman so straight there at a silly straight mid-off.
So just show you what a mental game it is, isn't it? And look now, Tom Latham's changed his position as the non-striker. Gone to the other side, Mamadullah.
Oh, goodness me. This is incredible. Once, maybe, twice, if you're really toying with it, but how about 4 times?
Yeah, it's spellbinding stuff. Ravel leaving it with a high degree of skill or some luck. Mixture of the two, perhaps. Let's go for good judgment at the moment. Let's go for good judgment.
Well, he's still there, Ken, and I have to agree with you on that, but anything that doesn't bounce quite as high, we'll see. It's out off the inside part of the bat. And it won't quite, I think, get to the boundary. It wasn't timed at all. But they will get 3, which means they'll change ends. Bit of respite maybe. 5 for none after 5 overs.
Well, look at this for consistency. First of all, from the bowler, which is magnificent on the off stump. That one inducing the forward defence. That one let go. And again, exquisite leave. Very good judgment. Exposed the face a wee bit on that one. It got 3 from it. And this is just brilliant. Standing over from Abu Jaid. And you have to say, by very, very good judgment from Raval, that he's still there to be facing, because they took a 3 off the last delivery.
Yes, it's his first look at Eberdot. Still that man in close on the offside. It's pushed Tom Latham even wider, actually.
Yeah, it's a different set of circumstances here for Raval. Abu Jaid looking to swing the ball mostly into Raval. Gets down the other end to have a look at Eberdot, who's very much looking to get it away to the slips.
And this is why we love Test cricket. Contests like this at the beginning of the innings, seeing off the shine of the new ball by the opening bats. But the bowlers have been the big talking point. We should repeat, really, you know, the fact that Eberdot Hussain, the volleyball player in the Bangladeshi Air Force, spied by Aqib Javed, the pace bowling consultant for Bangladesh cricket. It was 2016. Within 3 years, he's in the Test arena. Very good volleyball player. Nice height to him. Good at the spikes. Yeah.
Now that's another false shot born out of accuracy from a bowling point of view. Both Latham and Raval have played some wishy-washy stuff at that end in particular.
Just a reflection, really, of pressure being built by both the Bangladeshi opening bowlers. But to watch. Bowles just has to hang in there, be patient.
That's missing leg stump. I think it's an easy one for poor Rifle. Although they do feel as if they deserve something, and perhaps they do. These opening bowlers.
Yeah, this is not even close, really. It's just pitching a long way outside leg stump, and he even hits Raval outside leg stump, so not close, but the pressure is maintained on the New Zealand openers.
It's the LBW appeal on. Pitched outside leg. Ball Rifle quickly turned it down. It's very composed, isn't he, for a young player, Eberdot. Looks very composed. Wasn't sure of his run-up, so he stopped.
Now then, he might have some issues with rhythm and run-up. You don't want to do that. Then you start to forget about the actual delivery itself.
Well, he's had one of the great mentors of fast bowling to work with. He tutored under guidance of Courtney Walsh. Boy, doesn't get much better than that.
He lost it, didn't he? He just lost the direction because of the run-up, and he gets punished for that.
You actually feel a bit for him, don't you? The earnest way he's gone about putting this debut Test bowling spell together straight off the middle. You look at 136, 132, 141, 138 and 138, so very consistent with the speed in which he's delivering the ball.
And that's a good run too. So that's been the most comfortable over of batting, and New Zealand have got through to 10 for none. Should have been 1 at least. Should have been taken. Shumasaka, its second slip. He had 2 goes at it, to no avail. Bounce, bending away from his body. Tom Latham, a false shot induced early. And he thought he had it. He just thought it was regulation. 1 for none. Would have been good.
Raval back on strike. He's had double the balls to face from Latham. 10 off 24 for Raval. First half hour, definitely the first hour, will be about the battle of the leaves. Leaves meaning Raval and what he was able to see from the bowler very quickly, the length where the ball was pitching, and then shoulder arms. Done it expertly.
Now it's still swinging for Abu Jaid. Licensed ball arcing into the middle stump. Was good balance from Jeet Raval, shows it on that occasion. Again through the new ball, building an innings.
It's possibly the wildest delivery he's bowled. Trying and induce the batsman to play a shot. But make a mistake, maybe.
Yeah, it's been good discipline stuff. That's been on show here from the Bangladeshi bowlers. It's tidy, consistent. We're often not in the right areas. Asking the questions. There's been a lot of wafts outside off stump by the New Zealand openers. Good battle.
Jerry, come back, come back.
Great fielding. A really good shot. Nice commitment. Ebadot down there at fine leg. Races across the surface here at Seddon Park very quickly.
Good cricket all round. Pulled that one away. Safe shot, excellent save in the field. Great commitment again we're seeing from the Bangladeshi fielders.
Round the wicket now for Jade, trying a different angle to Raval. There's wonder when it is swinging nicely from over the wicket, if there's a need to come around the wicket, kind of negates the swing itself. It makes it easy to line the bowler up sometimes.
Well, what it also has done, Ken, it's gone to Mamadullah's thinking is when I make a change or he changes angle, I'll make a change to a big change. So gone now is the man close in on the pitch, and we've pretty much got 2 catching players, one in front of square about, I suppose 10 metres from the bat, and the other one not far away at a very short mid-wicket. And Mamadullah is not just letting things drift along early here. Oh, yes, beautiful bowling. It's 12 for none.
Sure and steady for New Zealand. Good dot. Jeet bowling very, very well. You're doing a comparison. Chris Harris, Scott Storis. Bangladesh are on 34 at this stage to go. Roland can start with it against the new ball. Latham yet to get off the mark. He has only faced, well, 13 balls compared to Jeet Raval's 30.
Well, I think back, and after 15 overs, Bangladesh had 15 boundaries. Whereas so far, New Zealand have just the solitary boundary in their first 7.2 overs. So a lot more watchful, illustrated by Tom Latham's 0 of 14 deliveries. By virtue of Bangladesh being bowled out so quickly, New Zealand have so much time left to make sure that they just bat and bat and bat in their first innings.
Both the opening bowlers for Bangladesh, they've been very good, very disciplined in good areas. A little bit of swing.
Changing the angle now around the wicket. Ibadot. You just sense Tom Latham's tightening up since he was put down at second slip. Maybe that was the reminder that he's back in the white clothing. Red ball. One of the key attributes when he scored so many runs against Sri Lanka was his patience.
Pretty good delivery there as well. It just nipped away off the seam and followed it with his hands, did Latham. Sometimes those opportunities, that life, can just give you a little kick up the backside. Get you back inside the game plan that you do have, what you want to play at, what you want to leave.
Excellent series for Tom Latham. That 264, he was on 15 from memory off 75 deliveries. Underway now, Tom Latham. And he wasn't far off that when he got the 100 in the second inning, so he knows that he'll play catch up. Very, very straight. That must be just about off-putting for the bowler.
No run.
13 without loss. When you're transitioning, and both of you gentlemen played a lot of red ball cricket and then white ball, and then obviously white ball to red ball, what do you find easier? What did you guys find easier to transition into? Was it going from 50 over cricket to red ball cricket, or was it from the other way around?
Personally, for me, I found it probably easier to go to white ball cricket. Because for me, white ball cricket was just sort of an extension of your red ball cricket where you just effectively played the same way but just more aggressively. And I found it quite difficult to go the other way where you're playing quite an expansive game, being aggressive, and then you had to go back to red ball cricket where the expectation is where you're a bit more patient, you'd leave balls. So I found that more challenging.
And that's what I think experience brings to the table in that sense. The players who have, well, are used to chopping and changing formats. After a while, you work out how you best prepare. And sometimes when you're new to it, you can take small little goals into each match. So if you're a batsman in this case, like Tom Latham, who's used to trying to score off every ball through the middle of an ODI innings, he might just say, right, I'm going to be ultra defensive for the first hour. You know, just face a lot of deliveries, get my defence in order. And then look to expand thereafter. And just that time at the crease can often be the catalyst to getting you back into that version of the game.
Well, the good news for Tom Latham, as you mentioned before, I think in that game where he scored 264 not out against Sri Lanka, he was 15 off 75 balls, and here today he's taken 34 minutes to get off the mark. That would worry some people, but I don't think it'll worry Tom Latham. He's proven that longer he can spend out there, the more comfortable he becomes, like most players. But scoring runs, I don't think, is a thing that he's concerned about early on in his innings.
It's made easier because it's not that long ago and the memory is success. Different story, Harry, if you're in a bit of a scoring rot and you haven't been able to score a lot of big scores and you're feeling the pressure. I need a score, because that's when you do want to feel the ball on the bat. Someone like Jeet Raval's just been playing first-class cricket. Only one game. But he was out for 4, got out pulling. I actually think when Jeet Raval scores quickly is when he's actually pulling the ball. Because he got out doing it in the domestic game and the 4 days against the Volts, maybe he's put that away or a bit more circumspect in doing it, but he needs it to score runs.
Highlighted, Craig, the difference between the two starts to the innings. This is New Zealand batting. The pitch map, just 13 runs in 8 overs. Good groupings, as the bowlers would call it. The length, excellent. Nothing too full, just that one delivery. The only boundary as well, still coming from that good length. Now, the opposite to that was the start earlier today, which that is the New Zealand bowlers all over the place and a lot of red deliveries.
That will be a boundary, too fine. That ends the over. 17 without loss.
One of the rare poor deliveries from Bangladesh so far in this innings. Bowling on leg stump. And that was the start in the first 7 overs for Bangladesh, 35 without loss. A lot more fuller deliveries. A lot of those actually came from Trent Boult in his first over, looking to get some swing. But then the New Zealand seamers unable to settle. And because the New Zealand bowlers were unable to settle, the lengths were quite varied. The boundaries started to flow, and Bangladesh got away to that flyer.
That's a lovely shot. So back-to-back boundaries for New Zealand.
And a sign of good batsmanship as well. Be prepared to allow the bowlers first half hour of your innings, and then as the loose deliveries start to come, put them away. That is 2 in a row.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Scotty, just on that pitch, Matt, do you think because of how aggressive the Bangladesh batsmen were, or especially Tamim Iqbal, that was the reason that New Zealand went searching a little bit?
I think it's a combination of the aggression we saw from Tamim Iqbal, and couple that with, as a bowler, when the pressure is on you, you realise that you cannot miss. And Tamim Iqbal's shots, particularly through the cover region, were not genuine half volleys. They were hitting on the up. They were just caressed as well. He was playing wonderfully well. And because of that, New Zealand had to go searching, and Bolt and Southey, they wouldn't be used to in a test match, certainly on the first morning, having an opposition batsman come after them as Tamim Iqbal did. It was a brilliant 100 from that gentleman.
Another one, so 2 straight. After a patient start now, New Zealand are starting to get some...
The disadvantage bowling around the wicket to a left-hander, you do get a little bit straight, you will get picked off. It's 2 and 2 overs. Just where they're looking to go searching and first wicket.
Yeah, and through their research, they should know that with someone like Jeet Raval, you're not looking to hit the stumps. You want to be outside off stump on about 4th or 5th. Getting him playing outside of that region.
And further to that too, Harry, I always felt the toughest batsmen to bowl to were players like Virendra Sehwag or Matthew Hayden, players who were really aggressive and came after you. You felt under pressure the whole time. And I have no doubt that Tamim Iqbal was able to put Southey and Bolt under that pressure.
You look at those players, Scotty, and I mean, maybe Sehwag's slightly different, but what they did, and I just remember Matthew Hayden when he was batting, at times he'd walk down the crease, and they were so good, and I throw Ricky Ponting in there at dominating length. If you missed slightly too full, they could drive or punch on the up, and they were super aggressive, and then you were slightly short of that, they'd pull. In some ways, the line was irrelevant to them. It was the way they dominated the length. Pulled hard. That's when he's at his best, Jeet Raval. 3 boundaries off the over, 29 without loss.
Bowling change from Bangladesh into the attack from the City 8, Khalid Ahmed.
Khalid Ahmed. Been asked to come into the attack. Had a good time. Bangladesh started so well. They're just going searching, or gone searching in the last 2 overs. Oh, it brings out a false shot.
Real strong zone for Jeet Raval as the pull shot. Ray Cumming mentioned the fact that, as the greats did, they dominated the length. So now, Everdat bowls short. He has to be wary. He knows that it's a strong area for Jeet Raval.
And we talk about it so often, don't we, Harry and Scotty, that the pull shot, you get out, playing it, it looks terrible, but I think for someone like Jeet Raval, it doesn't mean you don't have to make good decisions. Good decisions to me means about in the height, or if there's men back you got to be smart, whether you hit it down along the ground for one or get out of the road. But when the field's up, new ball short, if it's around that shoulder height and below, he's got to lay into it because he needs to be able to score runs, and that's a safe shot for him to do it. It's just outside leg stump, though. Never a great look when no one else appeals with you from a bowling point of view.
And even worse when you've appealed 3 or 4 times yourself.
Yeah, Nigel Long just mentioned him. Just nicely, you really only appeal once.
Yeah, especially when it's not even close to being out. It's just a long way outside leg. Just on that pull shot, for me, it's just such a dominant shot, and it just shows your intent as well.
Yeah, part of that, and trying to think about why Neil Wagner has been so successful with that short ball, is I think because of white ball cricket. And the days of the Steve Wars who refused to play the hook or the pull shot and just simply was happy to duck and weave, in some ways have gone, because you can't do that in white ball cricket. You have to be able to play the short ball because you need to score. And because of that, players aren't used to having to duck and weave, and if they do, then their patience doesn't seem to be there for quite as long, or long enough. I don't see why players aren't happy just to duck every delivery that Neil Wagner does bowl short. Wait for him to make the change. But the players, I think because of white ball cricket, they end up taking it on because they're so used to it all year round.
I'm with you there, Scotty. You know, you think of the game now in one-day cricket where this morning, 420, England made. You can't afford to duck out of the road of 2 balls and over. You're chasing 420, Harry.
Fighting.
Good start by Caleb. 29 without loss. Partnership now 29. Solid start for New Zealand.
Bowling change and the fielders into the attack. Shortwire Shaka.
Shawmul Suckup then asked to come into the attack. Probably like to improve those figures. Just the 1 wicket. Important time here for Bangladesh to keep pressure on the New Zealand openers. Very much in the mould of a Colin de Grandhomme, 121 Ks. Can't afford to miss. Got to try and tie things up. That 1 wicket though, gentlemen, Azali, so put that one in the pocket and walk off.
Reminds me a lot of Andy Mackay, former New Zealand left arm quick. 1 wicket in his career. Sachin Tendulkar. Might as well quit while you're ahead.
There's the timing from Raval. So now New Zealand have hit 6 boundaries. 5 of those in the last 3 overs. This is why you got to take the stumps out of play to Jeet Raval. He's so strong through there. Got a lot of first-class bowlers around the country who will say if you're on that line there, he scores a lot of runs. May have been more fourth stump line, but at 123 Ks. That's better. Get in there, stay in there.
At this pace, one of the options that he does have is to just sit mid-on and mid-off a little deeper. Bowling straight, looking to attack the stumps, LBW perhaps. If he gets the ball to nip away, there's a slip in place. But mid-on and mid-off can just drop a little bit. Still saving one, just that fraction more protection if you are going to bowl that particular line in length. Tough to protect that. Beautiful shot from Jeet Raval.
37 without loss. Just a half volley wide. Test cricket wise, he'll put that away all day. Jeet Raval, feel very comfortable now.
It was a field that's probably more akin to a frontline genuine seam bowler early in an innings, but very much a part-time bowling all-rounder. His job is simply to block up one end and allow Bangladesh to attack at the other. And 2 boundaries, 8 runs off that first over, not really doing that job, but I think the field can help out a little. At the moment, just slightly too attacking, perhaps.
It's 6 boundaries now and 4 overs for New Zealand. We were just talking about that only had 1. Now the run rate over 3. Mainly on the back of Raval. 32 of 43, looking nice and positive.
Right on.
Still 15 overs left in the day's play. New Zealand will be targeting around about that 80 or 90. I think they'll just take none down, to be honest, Harry.
Yeah, that'll be the main focus. As you said, they're going at 3 and over. That's 45. I believe the rate will increase. Say it's 4. Yeah, I think they'll be looking to be 80 or 90 tonight. The key being without loss.
Change of angle to Tom Latham. Just wonder when the short ball's coming in. Man back 3/4 front of the umpire.
Right on.
Length there's a little bit of in between, not quite short enough be a bouncer.
One of the big question marks I do have about this bowling unit, the quick bowlers in particular for Bangladesh, is can they maintain their pace throughout the day and throughout the innings? The openers, Abu Jaid and Abidat, started off well and then dropped right back. At the moment, operating in the mid-130s, 37 without loss.
Shommu Sarkar.
197 runs for New Zealand to reach Bangladesh total. 234 on the back of Tamim this afternoon. 126 brilliant innings. Run a ball. We're seeing a different method between Raval and Latham, being more circumspect. And it looks like we're going to see some spin. Mahidi Hassan. 13 overs into the innings. You can see the difference already between the tactics for Bangladesh and also New Zealand. Todd Astle bowled 2 overs before lunch.
No, it's also a vastly different situation, but Mahmudullah not happy with what he saw from Shumasaka in that first over, straight out of the attack.
I think that's good.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Now, I know he's a part-timer. Big difference between Shumasaka and Tim Southee. Tim Southee started poorly, fought his way back into the innings, of course, but he started with 6 overs that I'm not sure he would say were his best, and yet Williamson kept him into the attack. Now, Mahidi Hassan.
That's punched beautifully. There's a man back, but it got well in front of him. Plenty of flight, 79 Ks.
Yeah, half volley, wasn't it? On and off stump. He is playing nicely, Jeet Raval. That man at deep extra cover. It's probably halfway to 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, and he couldn't get there.
I also think it's a good option against Jeet Raval. I'm not saying he's got a genuine weakness against spin. You don't play at this level if you have that, but it can actually upset him. It can change his rhythm. Got a slip in place. It's a positive move. It's another positive shot on the leg side this time. Flying along now, Raval. 40 off 46 balls.
Yeah, he's playing well. And what he's doing is he's putting pressure on the Bangladesh side and their bowlers. The time they've been slightly off. In recent times, he's put them away. That's a wonderful shot because it is against the spin. But right to the pitch. His eyes underneath and played it late. Wonderful shot.
A bit of a trend as well, thinking back to the Sri Lankan Test series where Jeet Raval gets away to quick starts and Tom Latham happy to play second fiddle.
No run.
So it is again 40 off 47 for Jeet Raval. And Tom Latham just 5. But it is all about the opening partnership, and these two have, I think, formed quite a dominating opening partnership, even though they're both left-handers, different styles. They are getting the job done well and truly at the moment.
Off Mahidi over. 46 without loss, and it's time for a drink. And it'll be a Powerade drinks break.
46 without boss after 14 overs, and it brings up Powerade drinks break. Powerade, hydrating the Blackcaps.
Even though they're 6 overs behind, no one seems to be in any sort of hurry out there. The umpire's having quite a leisurely conversation. Looks like quite pleasant. Well, let's go back to the start of this final session on day 1. New Zealand were able to wrap up Bangladesh Charlie, showed very little resistance at 4. Bangladesh out for 234. Dylan came out, Latham gave a chance, that should have been taken. That could cost Bangladesh. Jeet Raval's been going along quite nicely. They're through to 41 on 48 balls. It took some time, New Zealand, to get started, but once they did, the boundaries have come pretty readily for Jeet Raval. New Zealand made their way through to 44. Without loss so far. 14 overs go in the day. As we watch these highlights, still no real hurry out in the middle, even though they are a long way behind where they should be in the day. It's all quite leisurely.
It's a stunning first day of the test, isn't it? I think being bowled out for 234, they were 121 for one stage, Bangladesh. Wagner, by far. 46 without boss, Jeet Raval. I'll remember his first 20 runs in those wonderful leads outside the off stump, leaving the ball on the 2 openers who were sensational, Ken Rutherford, weren't they?
Yeah, they started well, Bangladesh, and saw that highlights package the chance at second slip off Tom Latham, who's looked a little bit out of sorts. Nearly 41 not out versus 5 not out suggests that one player is perhaps into the swing of things a little bit better than the other, but we know he'll come right. Tom Latham, the season he's had has been extraordinary. 14 overs to go, and a lot can happen in 14 overs in Test match cricket. If things a little bit out of control for the Bangladeshis here, it makes it very difficult days 2 onwards for them.
Surface really does look pretty flat now. Looks very, very placid. Never really that much in it, and that's why Bangladesh should be very disappointed with only 234.
The interesting thing for me, look towards tomorrow's play. Talk about the pitch as just the pace of it, whether it will just get a bit quicker. Certainly talking to Turf Supremo Carl Johnson this morning prior to the start of day 1, he suggested that days 2 and 3 the pitch will quicken up. firmer, a bit harder. That is the case. I think that's better for everyone, batsmen and bowlers alike.
There's a groundsman there. KJ, as he's known. Generally, he's eating when we show shots of him on Sky Sport. Yeah, I think the pitch will quicken up, but with that it'll become flatter as well. Should become. Well, it looks like you got the set there. Well done. It's a very productive day for you, young man.
Problem with those autograph bets, though, Rig, is actually taking them home to mum and dad and going through each autograph and trying to decipher which players is which.
Well, that's fun. That's the real fun in it. That's hours of fun trying to work it out.
Possible. I recall before the World Cup in 1992 going to Sydney, the opening ceremony, we had all these bets to sign. And you looked at the Pakistanis had gone through before us. Well, I think Imran Khan had some 60-year-old boy do his. Didn't look like Imran Khan, I'll give you the tip.
Very often there's thousands of bats to sign, isn't there? And I could always have an indication. If I did see one years later, I would pretty much get a reasonable idea of where that bat sat in the order of signing. Generally, the autograph would go from legible to just a line or an incoherent scribble.
Yeah, the legibility of mine was pretty much determined how well I was going in the game at the time.
Not tempted. 26 without loss.
Great view. Seddon Park in Hamilton. A gorgeous summer's day. Well, a little breeze wafting across the field. Jeet Raval looking like he's enjoying every inch of the time he's got to bat for his country. Jeet Raval not playing white ball cricket for New Zealand, loves the tests, probably would like to play white ball cricket. Latham seem to play any of the styles required.
Catch it.
It's really a little bit out of sorts. It's probably a bit too early to say that, but as long as the partnership's progressing, that's all counts, isn't it, at this stage?
It's a favourite shot by Latham. He likes that little lap. And he's timed it terrifically well. It's gone too fine for the backward square fields and on the boundary to cut off, and it's well played and brings up the 50 partnership for the New Zealand openers.
He's very good at this little paddle. He's very good at being proactive, quite productive against slower bowlers, spin bowlers. One of his strengths in his one-day game, ability to rotate, paddle, and sweep, work his way through the middle. So he won't get bogged down against the slow bowlers. He'll be looking to score. But the thing when things aren't working for you, runs aren't coming fluently, is you just don't go searching. You back your defensive technique, back your mentality, and you hang in there. And things can change. Down the wicket this time and gets it through. Oh, a little bit lazy at mid-off. It's another boundary for Latham.
He often only takes one or two shots just to regain that touch and timing, and perhaps in this over we've seen from Tom Latham back into some kind of touch, because that's a good shot. He's used his feet, he's backed himself. Pretty tame off spin, to be fair, from Mahadi Hassan. Good positive step forward and shot from Latham.
Very deep, and the cover field mid-off has gone very deep after what was an apologetic effort. Now cover is very, very deep. Cover's deep because there's a man at short cover catching, but even then you've only got to beat short cover, and it's a simple single. Just like that. That's straight to the man out there on cover. I don't know really what he's doing. What point he's serving. Making 56 without loss.
Yeah, this week careful Bangladesh, don't they? This last 11 or 12 overs of play, that they just retain some semblance of control. New Zealand were allowed to score freely in this last 3/4 of an hour or so. Then things will look pretty dire from a Bangladeshi perspective. There's the summary of the match to date. Just outstanding play by Tamim earlier on the day for his 126 hit. Absolutely the backbone of the innings. He was great. The offside with slashing cuts and drives, and just held things together for Bangladesh.
He was at another level. Taman Iqbal, opener for Bangladesh, absolutely at another level compared to his teammates, the manner in which he played. And now we're seeing New Zealand's replies a lot more careful. Maybe there's something in that for Bangladesh to hold on to, because lower down they just gave their wickets away.
Well, we saw through the one-day series, Leslie, that he was quite on point, was he? His feet weren't quite getting the right positions to open the batting to the moving ball. We're quite concerned today to come against Bolt and Sally with it swinging around, but he started to move his feet really nicely today and got into some really good positions.
And early. He got onto it early too. He didn't wait. Thought, tried to find different ways of describing his innings today, but at some stages it was almost disdainful of the balls that were sent down him, and he just dispatched it away, and he looked imperious, didn't he, the way that he was able to find the boundary so many times.
And that's a good record. Over 4,000 runs in Test cricket. That's really outstanding, and the average around the 40 mark is great too. So it's a staple part of the Bangladesh lineup. He at times be his worst enemy, Tamim. He likes to go after it a bit, but he did today. Look, he played attacking shots, particularly through the offside, but didn't look as though it was too adventurous today. There seemed to be an element of control, which was sometimes unusual to see with his batting.
He didn't put the ball in the air much. Only towards the latter part where he pulled a few round the corner, but the shots that I'll remember were those crunching drives through the offside, through the onside, and he kept the ball on the deck early.
Let's take a look at a few of those shots we're talking about now. I mean, let's through the offside. Look, New Zealand were feeding it, thinking they had a chance to get him out early on, but he took up the challenge to Tamim and just played. We mentioned the word imperious, and that's spot on. And it was controlled. It was good to see. It was a hell of a start to the Test match, quite frankly.
And, you look at where the state of the game is on the first day, and you go back to the opening bowlers that Bangladesh used, Jayed and Ibadat Hussain. I think they bowled superbly well. Jayed none for 11 off 5, and Ibadat in his debut match with the ball, none for 18, could easily have had Tom Latham out if that catch had been taken. So there's Taman Iqbal's wagon wheel. Look how impressive the offside is. And renowned for that, and when he hits the ball it stays hit.
Wait.
58 without loss.
a good start for New Zealand, 58 on the board, and Jeet Raval getting better and better. Tom Latham's moving his feet, starting to up the ante. It's the impression I get now. Trying to get that score rotated a bit longer, advance the game.
Yeah, just got to be careful here, Bangladesh, with the fuel placement and making it too easy for the New Zealand batsman to rotate the strike to the spinner. Talked about it briefly in the previous over, that there's so many singles on offer. It's just straightforward stuff, and towards the end of the day, you'd like to think from a Bangladeshi perspective they can create some pressure. You can't with this kind of strategy that's going on at the moment.
They haven't just rotated the strike off, Mehdi, they've spanked them. And that's a real concern. You're not expecting your finger spinner to extract too much on the first day of a test match. But the role that Mehdi's here to do is to bowl Samoa's bowl tight and maybe build a little bit of pressure. 2 overs for 19.
Yeah, 2-2-2.
2-2-2. This has hit so well. I think it's no, it's just 2. Looked like it was going to beat the field out there.
It's the role of the spinner that we're talking about, and frankly a short leg's probably a luxury item at the moment. Probably best off just buying one side of the wicket. Real dry stuff perhaps outside off stump, and just leave it there to a 6-3 pack field.
Oh.
And look to attack from the other end. It's probably his role. It's not turning, obviously. That man in short leg, it's hard to see how that particular fieldsman will come into play. Somewhere in the offside most certainly will come into play.
Tossed it up tantalisingly. Didn't take the bait, Tom Latham.
Good ball.
We know he can bat for hours. We go back to that test in Wellington in Sri Lanka. It was 11.5 hours for his 264 not out, Tom Latham.
Yeah. 61 without loss.
It's the career of Tom Latham. Next big career stat to achieve is 3,000 test runs. Too far away. As well, this innings, it'll happen. .64 does stand out, doesn't it? Orange. Good record. End of his career, I'm sure he'll end up being, dare I say, Rick, best ever opener, New Zealand's best ever opener.
Yeah, he's well on his way. He's already very high up the pecking order. Longevity, I think, is important when you look at a player like John Wright, who probably didn't average as much as what Latham was. John Wright was in the mid-30s, around there, wasn't he? But longevity, many key significant innings was part of a significant era. So all those you factor in, I believe. But when it comes to Test cricket, you have to say that New Zealand is in a significant era right now. They are second in the world on the ICC rankings. This is how he's gone. He's cashed in against Bangladesh and very, very good against the let's say the lesser nations. Some people get very angry when you call them other names. But you can only score them against the opposition you're facing. And you've got to prove that you're better than the opposition you're facing and good enough to score runs. And he has scored runs against other countries as well. 36 against England after 4 tests. Good effort. 41 against the West Indies. Just a shade under 30 against Australia. So it's a challenge for New Zealanders.
I think what that graph also showed us, out of the 8 centuries that Tom Latham scored, 6 of them have been against subcontinent teams.
Now, I'm surprised that his average only sits at 27 against India because he is such a good player of slow bowling. And people don't automatically think, well, you're an only batsman, you probably can't play the slow bowlers. But if you want to score runs, you've got to get past the fast bowlers, and you're still going to have to score them against the spinners as well. You can't just get out. You need to be good against all bowlers. Bit of work to do against South Africa, isn't there?
Just don't play them enough, do they? The stats don't tell you what the condition of the game was at the time, who was doing what, and...
Yeah, and the form you're in as well. You might just strike a side and you're just not in particularly good form at that point in time in your own life. So no matter who you're playing, you're probably going to struggle. Some teams can have a bowler that is a bogey bowler. Could come from any side. You just struggle to pick them up because there are no poor players at this level. They're all good players in their own right. 64 without loss.
Mal. No.
Hasn't quite got his length right here, or fallen onto a length, Mehdi. He's allowed New Zealanders to get back and punch away on the offside, and also too fuller deliveries.
You'd think there'd be a turn to one of the 2 opening bowlers for a short burst here before stumps are drawn tonight.
It looks all a bit easy against the off spinner, doesn't it? Oh, that would have been a mistake though, that one.
Not necessarily bowling for shortly to catch those ones, are you? Thick inside edge into the iPad. Stayed down, fortunately for Latham. They've easily popped up.
That's good length. He's going to toss that one up. That's about the length you want. It wasn't a half volley. Latham was forced to reach, and it's a good line too.
We have another one on the drive. Lob them up slow outside off stump. But one catch there. We have another one.
Sadman.
67 without loss.
Why I like spinners, because something's always happening. Whether or not the batsmen are collaring them or they're picking up wickets, but something is always happening. Make the batsmen move their eyes upwards, in with a chance. Irrespective that he's been hit for 25, it's just the opportunities that he could create.
You get plenty of opportunity, I think, to bowl a few more overs tomorrow too, Leslie. It's flexing that right shoulder at the moment. It's a bit tired and sore this time tomorrow night.
Seven overs to go after this, so probably use up all of the extra half hour. Let's get the sense these two New Zealanders starting to think of stumps. Starting to get very watchful.
Here's a question for you. Night watchman or no night watchman?
I think it should be up to the batsman who's next to come in. Personally, I don't see the point. I always say it's a chance to get out there and just get a feel for it. Gives you something to think about overnight. Interesting to see whether Kane Williamson would employ a night watchman for himself. Strikes me as the sort of player that would just get out there, face a couple of balls if you had to. It's nothing like getting to stumps with your wicket intact. After you bowled the team out, you got a decent start to your name. Enjoy your steak a lot more that night.
Cutting!
Misfield, they'll pick up one. That's all they'll be.
I always thought a night watchman, it had its place, but it's defensive. And I would have thought someone of Kane Williamson's ilk, anybody coming in the top 6 or 7, well, they're all capable, aren't they? Long batting list for New Zealand. They'd want to get out there and face a couple.
Well, light like this as well. Where's the issue?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I don't think there is a need for a night watchman. But I think you're right, Rig. I think it comes down to the individual player who's next in.
One thing I never understood is if you bowled a side out and you had 4 overs to go and bat. Us openers had to go out. We were never allowed night watchmen. Why can't we have night watchmen? What makes us any different?
I had to go bat for a couple of overs in the first class game a long time ago, and I got a night watchman to do it for me, Rig, so there you go.
You were captain, Ken.
Oh, I wasn't actually.
You were the unofficial leader of the team. 68 without loss.
Been quite amazing day of Test cricket when you look at individual performances, standouts, Tamim and Neil Wagner. Not very often that you have a batsman of one side and a bowler of the other side being so prominent in one day's cricket. Generally, one innings dominates. But then you see Tamim with his 126, which was such a high proportion of those 234 runs. And then you look at Wagner's performance, which was typically Wagner. And when the other bowlers, more senior bowlers, were going for plenty, he was miserly and got 5 wickets as well. So hard to really pick out your player of the day. That'll help Latham in terms of his voting. Incredibly well timed. It was a poor delivery and it copped it, but thought he'd hit it along the ground initially. He pumped this big time.
Safe as houses, that shot just picked up the length very quickly. Tom Latham, bit of a gimme really. Well, when you look at day one, 308 runs so far in the day, 10 wickets, that's about right. You know, we look at it, 6:30 will be close of play, 27 minutes away. Another 15 minutes where they'll just play naturally, normally. Then you go, right, there's about 4 overs left in the day's play. 73 metres for Tom Latham. That's when you might just close up shop a bit more, put some shots away.
Good ball.
The thing is, with the 2 openers, they can do that with ease. They can get rid of the cover drive, or when they started the innings with a lot of discipline.
Rock solid there. He wants to be here tomorrow, I'm sure. Tom Latham, 74 for none.
Following challenge from the City Indians, the attack. Ibadot Hussain.
Ibadot Hussain comes back into the attack. His opening blast was very good, actually. Should have had the wicket of Tom Latham. That was a bad miss that slipped by Shukar.
Going for 2 boundaries in his final over, the 5th one, which just took the figures out. Deserved to be about 1 for 10, Ibadot. Regulation, just the extra bounce, nipped away. Should have been taken.
Yeah, it's a comfortable height for second slip, isn't it?
Watching slip catching these days, Chris, number of guys that take catches or drop catches end up on the ground as if they're not balanced or they lose poise. But slip catching used to be, or a lot of guys used to make it look so easily, and they just stayed in the hands, did everything, head in the hands. But these days, the players end up on their behinds or on their backs, even when they catch it.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think the good slippers, as you rightly said, Smithy, generally have got very good balance, good control of their head. Just watch here, even when he tries to take it, he's off balance, and then it's a little bit of panic sets in. Only time really in the slips you should be on the ground is if you have to dive so far. Can't avoid it. But when you can move your feet, open up, just watch the ball into your hand and keep balanced. No need to fall down.
Yeah, that one, Shumasaka. We'll have a look at one shortly which was successfully taken. Nicely timed, but also poorly fielded. Late in the day, Bangladesh are just giving it back to New Zealand. All the hard work is disappearing very quickly.
This is the shot that Tom Latham really developed and played so well against Sri Lanka. Just to be able to stand there, and you talk about balancing when catching. The balance there, just stood there. Just stood there, clipped it, was able to hold.
This is Williamson. Comparatively, look at that balance. Giving with the ball. It was travelling. Okay, it's only the Gronton, but it was travelling. But just the difference in terms of the balance makes the job so much easier. 79 for none. So a question mark whether Williamson would have a night watchman. My vote would be yes, he would. And that would probably be Neil Wagner. Getting around about that time, 20 minutes. Litton Das looked pretty good for his 29. Shadman at the top of the order looked very exciting. This is a productive reply from New Zealand and at a good rate as well now after early pressure.
I heard the last group of commentators talking about the night watchman. And Williamson in next. Normally about 15 minutes to go. Used to be in the old days 6 overs. I reckon he's going to take one. There we go, Neil Wagner.
He'll be in now.
You reckon?
Yep, absolutely.
20 minutes is a long time.
Oh, I just noticed something on that honours board. Can't really be an honours board when you've got Styrus's name on it, can it? Surely it's just for turning up or something.
Local players.
Scott Styrus twice. Did something good twice.
We'll be able to have a good look at that tomorrow morning. I'm getting up nice and early end for Dilmar and going to be able to record what's in the New Zealand changing room.
It'll be thrilling.
It will be.
Kane Williamson on there twice. Brent Arnell, Graham Aldridge, Bruce Martin, Matthew Hart, Scott Styrus twice. Joseph Jovic. Dude, what a dude.
It must be something to do with Northern Districts and their honours board.
It's an oxymoron, really, isn't it?
Minus the oxy.
Oh, very sharp. I was just going to ask you actually, Craig, about what's going through the mind of Jeet Raval here, because you're a test batsman and you're playing the top 5 or 6. You've got to get 100. You've got to score a lot of hundreds to be successful. He hasn't got one yet. He's had opportunities, it's fair to say. I'm just wondering what's going through his mind as we come to the end of day 1 and look forward to good conditions on day 2.
Yeah, it's getting through. It'll be actually nice timing for Jeet Raval. If he can get to 50, 51, it doesn't matter, 49. He gets a break, and then he just starts again. He's got to do exactly what he's done in so many of his test innings tomorrow morning, and that's bat 2 hours. That's 2 hours tomorrow morning. It'll take care of itself. So it's not about the runs. So it's a nice time if he gets through to the end of today's play to have a break.
Wait.
Nice shot, another misfield.
Tell you what has happened. Last time I was on air, which is 45 minutes ago, Raval was 40 from 47 balls, and I'm sure it's a combination of the two. Bangladesh have got better areas to them. They've picked up where they need to be. It's also how eager he is to get through tonight, and he just perhaps pulled in his aggression and just being a little bit more defensive for exactly the reasons that you said, Craig.
Yeah, you learn in the situation with the good players. They just eliminate certain things. Certain shots they can say, right, I don't need that one.
80 for none.
Someone like Tom Latham would definitely be the pull shot. He hasn't really played it all summer against the red ball. There's not a lot of turn with the spin, so they know they can easily defend the straight ones. Surprised if we saw any sweeping or lapping. And then as soon as you see it outside your, well, for these two, the left eye, you can comfortably leave it.
Right, earlier today, Bangladesh were sent into bat by Kane Williamson, and they got a fairly quick, breezy start to the wicket of Shadman.
Just missed one that shaped away. He lost all technique and balance. This was much needed by New Zealand because they were chasing the new red ball everywhere, and Trent Boult was more of a frustrated look when he got the wicket.
Another good partnership for the second wicket, involving Tamim and Mominal.
Big wicket for New Zealand. Neil Wagner around the wicket. And even though he only got 12, he was doing a great job with Tamim, who was hitting the ball to all parts. And Neil Wagner, the first of what was going to be a big day for him in Wootton straight up. Good catch taken by Tom Latham. New Zealand now really knew that Tamim was the key.
It was like the world 11 at one end and not such a great side at the other end, the way Tamim was playing. And Shumasaka was the next one to go. Didn't want to play, but didn't get the gloves out of the way in time. And this was the wicket of Tamim Iqbal, caught neatly by Williamson. It slipped quite comfortably off the Grondholm, who said, well batted. Or he should have. If he said anything else, he would have been a bit stupid because he had taken New Zealand apart.
Skipper again to Neil Wagner. Such an important wicket after the loss of Tamim. Trent Boult. Those men are certainly in the game when you're on the boundary to Neil Wagner bowling short. Be disappointed Mombadula wasn't the threatening height. Then Mahedi Hassan caught by Henry Nicholls in close, trying to fend one off.
That's nice placement. Comfortable too for Raval, who nears another half century.
New Zealand right on top. Neil Wagner certainly had the tail up. Never easy. They make it look easy. Henry Nichols in close, but you've got to stay down. Look at the eyes. Tim Southey, that was a beauty. Abdul-Jayed just followed him. Went short to Tim Southey after his second spell. BJ Watling. That was the 200 catch for BJ Watling. When you're bowling at the tail enders, you bowl to the stumps. You try and hit the bottom of them. If they miss, you hit, and that's what Tim Southey did. Neil Wagner chasing 5 wickets. Dawson played nicely through to 29. But again, the short ball, the stock delivery in some ways. Celebration there for Neil Wagner.
And after some real early pressure, New Zealand have taken over the day. It's 83 for none. Handy effort in the field, some good catching. 1 or 2 half chances went begging. One to de Grandhomme, one to Trent Bolt, which was a difficult diving effort down on the boundary. But in the end, it was Wagner that came through with the best analysis by far. 5 for 47 at a cheap, miserly rate. Bolt was taken to a wee bit by Tamim in particular, as was Southey with the new ball. Their opening spells were particularly punished. Southey picking up 3 for 76 in the end, and just a little stint from Todd Astle.
Yeah, make note of, just mention quickly, BJ Watling, 200 wicket-keeping dismissals today. So, in some ways you think about BJ Watling, a little bit of the forgotten man because he's not involved in white ball cricket. And very tidy again. He'll be keen to get an opportunity to have a bat and dig in.
It'll always mystify me a wee bit when his career is done and dusted why he didn't play more white ball cricket, because he's such a fine player. I think he's given enough opportunities. I think he's got every reason to be able to develop his game into a quick scoring batsman. And of course, world-class wicket-keeper, right? No, I mean, hey, we must be really well off for a wicket-keeper batsman for him not even to be in the frame for the World Cup. But are we?
Just one behind Adam Parori. Yeah, well, I mean, we spoke about it a lot in the one-day series against Bangladesh, and I know Mike Essen, when he was coach of the side, I think was very keen for him to maybe be the next one, because he plays well in the middle order. He's got a very good temperament. He understands pressure, plays spin well. And of course, you need to have quality of glove work in one-day cricket.
And that is 50 for Jeet Raval. He has looked good throughout.
Quality innings from Jeet Raval. Very positive early on, and he had a lot of the strike. His 8th Test 50, and he'll be talking to Tom Latham and know that I've got 10 minutes to get through to make it a very, very satisfying day.
He also did very well early on in his innings. Thinking back, was he left well and some even over the top of off.
They could leave some of those ones, or they? I mean, they are, because you're still there. Every leave you do, as long as you're there for the next ball, it's a good one, Harry, but some were close.
No, some of them were certainly a misjudgment, but I think that helped him get underway. All of a sudden, they got a little bit closer. He was able to pick them off on the leg side.
See New Zealand try and slow it down a bit now. 2 balls left in this over. Should get to about 8 minutes at the end of this, and you really don't want to face more than 2 overs. Maybe the shoelace undone, the chat, the helmet off, and a little bit of adjustment. May get 3 in, but they do their job right. For openers, they'll only get 2. Well, actually, they don't have to do that. I've just been told because there's only 2 more overs left in the day's play. So, get through it quickly, guys. Come on, hurry up.
It's been a long day, Craig, hasn't it?
Well, it's your birthday, Smithy. You always want your birthday to be a long day.
I wasn't talking about me, to be fair. But having said that, it's a really good day for New Zealand now. I know there were times prior to lunch in particular, and I thought it was not going to be at all.
Whoa!
84 for none. Chris Harris, is this the time for Jeet Raval as we look back at his 50?
Yeah, he'll be very keen to add another 50 to this, as we can see there. Very strong through the leg side. There he prefers to play. Craig Cumming talked about earlier. When he's looking to pull, it means he's playing very, very well. That was one of my favourite shots so far. Then the spinner came on him, very first ball. Wandered through the covers. That was an even better shot, the very next delivery. Got himself a great start, heading for that magical 3 figures, which would be his first in Test cricket.
As soon as they've got straight to him, he has hit them hard through the onside. 39 of those 50 on that side of the pitch.
It just goes back to the plans to Jeet Raval. I often talk, and you'll hear me talk about, if you bowl at the stumps or try and hit the stumps, you'll get hurt. And that's when Jeet Raval's scoring rate is around the 60, 65, as if he can pull, plays the lovely straight drives and works through the leg side. You're able to get your line in that really good length, just back of a length on about 4th and 5th stump. You're asking him to hit through the offside, through the covers. That's what you want from a bowling point of view. You can ask Jeet Raval to play really well. And you can have your fielders in the right position. What Jeet Raval does so well is his patience.
Well, as you rightly said, he'll be delighted now that he's got his 50. He's done all the hard work. That previous delivery, that's exactly what he wants at this time of night. Just balls that he can see, watch go past, and ask him to play at it. So he'd be happy to leave as many balls as he possibly can. This last over and a half.
$900s now for Tamim Iqbal, who's a little bit stiff and sore at the end of the day, understandably so. He gave us some great entertainment. Some of that to play through the offside that's driving on the up against a very new ball.
Not sure if he'd be that sore from running, but he hit 24s and a 6. There wasn't a lot of scootering up and back. The wicket was wonderful. You just saw at the start of it, he was very, very positive. Maybe he thought it was going to do a lot more than it did, and he thought, well, I've got to make the most of my opportunities.
Yeah, well, we've seen some fine batting on this ground, but I have to say that was right up there at certain stages.
Well, his name will go on the honours board in the visitors changing room. They'll probably have some tape out tonight.
Wait.
Another Eberdot maiden. and it's still 84 for none. Most disappointing aspect of the day has been the lack of crowd. I'd like to have seen a few more people in to see the quality of cricket that we've seen throughout. Hopefully that will eventuate over the next 2 or 3 days. The game has advanced very quickly. Easy as you like off the pads, Tom Latham.
Yeah, and Jeet Raval will be like, Then, well, no, he won't, because you always start the start of the over. It's when it gets to about 3 balls left. You're like, you're looking great, Tommy. Or, yeah, Tom will be saying to G, I think you're looking so secure. No silly runs here.
No, Jeet Raval will be thinking 2 can play out that game. And he's going to drop it down the leg side and pick up another quick single.
Yes, Tom, yes, Tom.
Sorry, the offside.
I just don't know what they're doing with the field back, especially the offside sweeper. I can understand the guy on the square leg for the short one.
Yeah, last over of the day, you actually want people trying to hit through the covers and trying to hit the ball on the up. You want to encourage that. And having a sweeper back doesn't. Totally agree.
Now, most people at the start of the day, if you ask what would be a good day's cricket, you would have said around about 320 runs.
The widest slip in a gully for Jayed across Tom Latham.
So now it's Jeet Raval. Take your helmet off, gloves off. Yeah, I know there's 2 balls to go. I'm pointing at it, but you just say, hey, Tommy, you've got it. You're looking so good.
Arrest that man. Nearly on the field of play. Hoping he's got his clothes on, that man. Oh, thank goodness. Last ball of day 1. New Zealand's day. Overall. Special day for Tamim, special day for Neil Wagner, but in the scheme of things looking forward, the desired result for New Zealand. You put a side in, you bowl them out, and you're 86 for none at stumps. That's pretty good.
It's over time.
And it's time. Well done, Tom Latham. Well done, Jeet Raval. Another solid start. Building a nice little partnership at the top of the order for New Zealand.
There's a trend starting to develop too with the way that these two for New Zealand have operated, certainly in the last 12 months or so. Raval tends to be a little more aggressive early in his innings or early in the day. Tom Latham happy to just soak up deliveries, and he's happy to put the pressure back on later when the bowlers are tired. Fascinating to see the way that these two go about their work this morning.
He's easy on the eye, Jeet Raval, isn't he, in terms of his stroke play? I mean, that's a good example of it. I mean, second ball of the day. We do know he's strong off his pads, as most left-handers tend to be, but this is just timed superbly. Straight to the field, just in front of square, but early on, fresh day at the crease. It's always nice to get one or two off the middle early. So Raval would sigh a bit of relief there, just to get one off the middle first couple of deliveries. I think Bangladesh's strategy here, guys, is going to be an interesting one. They have to have a crack early on. They have to have a crack in the first hour till the first drinks break of the day. Try and get 1, 2 wickets. It's that balance, isn't it? You kind of look at the field there. They've got set with one slip, a couple of gullies, and a catcher at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and the rest in the ring field around the off and on side, saving one. It's only got a couple of eggs and a couple of baskets, haven't they? They've got some catches there to try and obtain that wicket they need. So looking to keep it tight as well.
Underway for day 2. That's a good run. Not a lot of energy in the field for Bangladesh.
You think then, Ken, with 2 gullies in the short mid-wicket, that Bangladesh feel that the ball isn't really coming onto the bat. So if the batsman just gets through their stroke a little too quickly, then the ball just might go in the air.
Yeah, it was sluggish of nature, the pace of the pitch yesterday, wasn't it, Scott? So there's a suggestion talking to KJ, the groundsman, this morning that the pace will improve, and I think it will, but still an aspect of placid nature rather than really shooting through to the batsman and being a bit quicker. Certainly judging that anyway in terms of the way they've positioned some of their fieldsmen, particularly for Raval.
Nice bit of timing from Latham. Yes. We're going to have to run hard. It should be 3. Latham will get back. The other thing, Scott, is you spoke yesterday when you did the pitch report. Nice shot off the pads. Good balance by Latham. Right down the middle of the pitch, you felt like it was a bit drier or a different colour. And I can tell you being out there this morning, there's actually cracks starting to happen along the centre from just about wicket to wicket, so I can understand the plan maybe to try and bowl straighter. Might be a bit too straight. First over done, 90 without loss.
Let's look at the pitch on day 2. Hard to gauge from this angle, that line that I'm talking about. It's there a little bit. You can see a brown line all the way down the middle, but yeah, those cracks I expect to widen up a little bit, depending on weather. If we get another hot day here in Hamilton, might just be the case as this match wears on. And I found it quite refreshing to hear Carl Johnson's remarks before the test. Carl Johnson, of course, being the head groundsman here at Seddon Park in Hamilton. I found it refreshing when he said, I want this pitch to be uneven and difficult to bat on in the last couple of days. And I think that's a good sign. I think Test cricket all around the world has been incredibly exciting over the last 12 months because the pitches haven't been flat roads. And I would love here in New Zealand for that to continue to be the case. If they can find a way for the pitches to break up, then we may just see at the toss teams considering the option of batting first as opposed to automatically bowling and trying to utilise green conditions.
Abdul Jahid going to open up as well. 8 overs. yesterday. Again, very economical, 15 runs around the wicket.
Certainly the pitch here, Seddon Park, when all districts, the local side play 4-day games here, it just gets better and better and better. And any side who's batting last in the game needn't worry about cracks and being bowled out. So yeah, it's interesting that this one does appear to be drier than normal and showing signs of cracking and a bit of wear, which would be uncommon for it on the second morning of a test match. But really, it's good for the game. From a Bangladeshi perspective, having New Zealand batting last too. It's obviously from a Bangladeshi perspective that they make serious inroads into the New Zealand batting lineup in the second innings of the match.
What that picture of the crack showed us as well is, I think, just how dry the surface is too. And that is unusual too for pitches on early on day 2 as well here in New Zealand. Todd Astor's been picked in this New Zealand side for his ability to take wickets. So if that does crack up and maybe dry up, then could well see him play a greater role.
Right.
Traditionally, the spinners in New Zealand have been more of a holding bowler.
Well, when you look at the pitch, there's more cracks than the one we just showed there. They go across the pitch and down the pitch. Not majorly yet, but they're bigger than a fracture, or a hairline fracture, the Mark Richardson calls it. And they will, I think it's going to plate more the surface, but by going around the wicket at the moment, it's not going to be able to hit them. He actually has to be going over the wicket to the left-hander. But I like the fact that we're talking about that on day 2 in New Zealand. Very rarely do we do that. Like you said, Ken, it just gets better and better, our pitches to bat on. Angling it in, it's Tom Latham. And they're going to come into play because they're on about the 8-metre length, 7-metre length, quite straight. So here we have leg by Tom Latham. It was an amazing day yesterday. No extras in the Bangladesh innings. Very rarely do you get through that. In fact, there were no extras in it all in the entire day's play. We've already had 2 today. Pakistan scored 328 off 187 overs. There were no extras against India at Lahore. 1955, Ruds.
It was a good year, that, 1955.
Giving something away there, Ken. .93 without loss.
They're a tidy bowling unit, Bangladesh. They're 3 seamers. They did really well yesterday with the new ball, I thought. Ibadat and Jeet. Well supported by Khalid. 3 bowls pretty similar, right home over, around that 130 km/h mark. A lot of work in for those 3 guys today. Raval Latham partnership prospers.
Yeah, to generalise on Bangladesh's seamers, and I think back previous tours as well, Ken, I'm not sure the fitness of the quick bowlers has been at a similar level to other international sides. And the reason I say that is because it's not uncommon to see first spells be considerably quicker than the second and third spells. And it was a case for Lockie Ferguson in New Zealand when he first came into the one-day team here in New Zealand. His first spell would be up around that 150 mark, and then the second might be 142, and then he's dropping down to 135 in his final spell. And he's worked incredibly hard on his fitness to the point he's able to now maintain that speed. And I think that's the trick for these young Bangladesh seamers, is to keep that fitness up.
Right.
Because because yesterday speeds were hitting 140, but the trick is to be 140 in the first over as well as your 20th if you can.
Well, I've got the mentor to make that happen in their squad, with Courtney Walsh being in charge of their bowlers. I was actually watching them this morning, praying just at the side of the wicket block, and they're running in and really giving it plenty. They're certainly showing plenty of energy and enthusiasm for the game. You'd like to look at Ibadat Hussain yesterday, the way he ran in. Novice at the game, only starting quite late in the piece in his own personal playing career, but the raw bones of a bowling attack is there for Bangladesh, little doubt.
Right on.
And if you look at the fact, I suppose, Scott, you talk about those spells, a couple of things that change. When you're in New Zealand, you maybe as a seamer bowling 4, 5, 6 overs in your spell, whereas the subcontinent short, explosive and then off. And they're probably asked to bowl 4, maybe 5 spells here in New Zealand at times.
Yeah, couple that with the fact that in Bangladesh it's a spin-dominated attack, and so therefore it won't be uncommon for a seamer to bowl, what, maybe 8 to 10 overs in a day, 12 overs in a day. Therefore fitness not usually as high a priority. In New Zealand traditionally, you're right, it could be 20 to 25 overs, and that's something completely different if you're not used to it. And sometimes if things don't go your way, you've then got to come back the next day and keep going and do it all again.
Around that corner off the hip, I think. They have had a fielder play at certain times to Tom Latham before that. It's a leg by, but he does get tied up and tangled up when the bowler comes around the wicket. That'll hurt too, just above the thigh pad.
Well, there's a veritable deluge of extras now that we mentioned that statistic, Craig. Coming from everywhere.
Wait on.
Just the one off the over from the bat. 94 without loss. Well, New Zealand are 94 without loss. I can tell you there's only been one first wicket century partnership and 14 test matches against Bangladesh. And our very own Mark Richardson and Matt Horn.
You want to wait another 6 runs before you bring that up?
No, because we've got a table. There we go. You know, we're trying to be predictive today, Scotty, instead of reactive. Did a bit of homework last night with Francis Payne. The highest partnerships against Bangladesh. There it is, Mark Richardson and Matt Horn, 104. Scotty, you and Stephen Fleming to the gong. In the air and in the gap. And the first boundary of the day.
Well, that's good fortune for Tom Latham. He's got a fielder in there at short mid wicket just for this particular shot. Continuing around the wicket, and that's pretty loose. Been very fortunate to find the gap between mid-on and that catcher there at short mid-wicket, and it's raced away for 4.
Mentioned earlier, didn't we, about field sets and why that short mid-wicket is in place, and the gully too, just one gully now with that 6th wicket partnership. It was on this ground as well, Guptill and McCullum.
Right on.
A good captaincy, Mahmudullah. That short mid-wicket is right in the firing line for somebody like Latham.
And just indicates that perhaps this pitch is a little bit too paced. The old one's just holding up. Seemed to be almost ahead of the ball, wasn't he, Latham, when he was playing that shot?
Wonder whether or not you could actually, because of the angle, take the short cover out and have 2 catching mid-wickets and then have mid-on deeper. And actually say to Tom Latham, happy for you to drive against the angle through that cover region. Because that's not going to go through covers. There should be a couple for Latham. And that will bring up the 100 partnership.
Well done, Craig.
Not the record yet, though, Scott.
Very good from these two. Exactly what New Zealand needed, considering they had fought themselves back into this match, bowling Bangladesh out for 234. Just a small acknowledgement. They know there's a lot of work to be done. There's been a very good home summer for Tom Latham as well. Yeah, you're quite right, Craig, in terms of bringing in a second short mid wicket. What that does means a change of attack. And you can bowl nice and straight, attack the stumps. And that continues your theme, being proactive rather than reactive.
That's right, they've done that, Scotty, so they've been tuned in.
Right on.
Probably could drop mid on a bit deeper just because of the angle. Tom Latham could easily just pit it that past the stumps, but it's a really tough shot with the angle. And I like the fact that they're coming around the wicket to Latham and they're trying to bring it from wide in to off stump. Good luck trying to hit that through the covers.
Just never know as well, if you are going to attack the stumps and you do get a fraction wide, that the fact that there's a gap at point and cover is still in place means that Latham just might open the blade looking to hit it through the gap, and that brings the slip cordon in place, or the one slip and gully.
Pretty easy, though, for New Zealand. 8 off that over. 102 without loss. Lovely views from up on the embankment. Really comfortable day. Going into the at 24 degrees, humidity's in the 60s, which is nice for Hamilton. Up and over by Raval. Looked like he was in control of that, short of a length.
Yeah, I want to see this again just to make sure you're right there, Craig. He got it over with full intention to, or a bit of a thick edge, half and half, a bit wafty. The result was desired, 4 over the slips.
4 out is done, Scotty. That's the record now for the highest opening partnership for New Zealand against Bangladesh. Jeet Raval and Tom Latham. So Mark Richardson gone and Matt Horn. See, no such thing as putting the jinx on players.
We just need a partnership for the 5th wicket of 191 or more, don't we, to get rid of Richardson completely. It would be pleasing.
Well, I dare say his reply might have something to do with the 3rd wicket one as well.
Must be a flat pitch at Chittagong, was it, Scotty?
Correct. Only way I'd ever be there. I'd imagine Fleming might have got 150 of those as well.
Turning into a very, very good combination, these two. Jeet Raval, Tom Latham. They also had a 100-run opening partnership in Christchurch against Sri Lanka. That is authority. Maybe the first one was a mistake, but that certainly wasn't for Raval.
Yeah, that's the best of the day so far from Jeet Raval. Not quite even a half volley length here. It's just short of that. It's goodish length. That's wide, and look at the hands. Lovely flow of the blade, that one. He's found the gap just in front of cover. Front of point, between the point and the cover fields, and it's being raced away to the boundary.
Yeah, it's where statistics can tell you half a story, isn't it? And Jeet Raval averaging 34.69 coming into this innings, coming into the series without 100. But it is the partnership that he is forming. He averages over 100 balls in innings. Couple that with Latham and his record. Where he averages just under 42. It means that New Zealand's number 3, Kane Williamson, is rarely walking in with the team in trouble. So it's not always about the runs. These good starts just allow the freedom for that middle and lower order to play.
Well, even if they're failing and they get 10, but if they're batting together and they've got through 10 overs, 12 overs, that's what you want from the opening pair. They're doing it nicely at the moment. That's a really good bit of timing from Latham. I think he surprised himself. Moment.
Tom Latham has just brought up 3,000 runs.
And that is 3,000 runs for Tom
Latham.
Latham as well. Congratulations. Been a wonderful white ball season for red ball season in the white clothing. 23 times past 50. About 1 every 3 innings. And high score 264.
Right!
113 without loss.
113 without loss. And notable from the over, overtaking Mark Richardson and Matthew Horn's efforts at the Boxing Day Test of 2001 in Wellington. This partnership between Tom Latham and Jeet Raval is now the highest first wicket partnership for New Zealand versus Bangladesh.
Positive start for New Zealand this morning. Got through to 113. This is now a record for highest first wicket partnership against Bangladesh. New Zealand trail by 121. Gad has probably looked the most likely with that angle going around the wicket.
One of the strengths too, I think, for Bangladesh and their bowling unit, certainly at home, and it's I think the reason why they're so tough at home, is that they have very good part-time spinners who can do a holding job to allow the more frontline bowlers to have rests and come back strong.
That is a lovely shot again from Jeet Raval. Won't quite make the boundary. The timing is there. Scoring nice and freely this morning with quality shots.
And I'm thinking Mahmudullah and were far more wicket-taking extent, Shakib Al Hassan. But without Shakib and Mahmudullah not likely to get a lot of assistance from the surface, the onus does come back to the 3 quicks to be able to somehow be really attacking and intensive with the way they go about their work throughout the day. Because if they lose their ineffectiveness, I'm not sure where the wicket's coming from for Bangladesh.
That's why the first couple of hours this morning and early afternoon are especially important for Bangladesh. Try and get a wicket and then try and make some further inroads into the New Zealand batting lineup. Oh, well. See that the captain and the bowlers are working to plans around both Raval and Latham, and Latham had won the year through the mid-wicket region the previous over from Jeet, so some hope. It's got to do it more as consistently as possible.
31 runs, though, this morning, Ruds. 26 minutes, so they're actually doing it pretty easily, New Zealand, and it's probably on the back of Jeet Raval playing nicely.
Yeah, that would be a worry for Mamadula, the captain. There'll be a stage, maybe sooner than he would have liked, that they'll really have to go defensive on one end and then try and throw a few bullets at the other and try and take some wickets. They probably can't keep attacking fields around the slip cordon, etc., and on the drives for too much longer with the scoring rate at that rate.
And I think that means Mahidi Hassan's got a big role to play. He's an outstanding spinner.
Come on, Rahi, come on, boys, come on. Yes.
Even if he's not going to get a lot of work and a lot of help from the pitch, then he does do that containing role. World Cup squad to be picked. Gary Stead and selector Gavin Larson will be running through their teams. He's in, he's out. I don't like him. I love him. Let's pick ND, Ken, shouldn't we?
Good idea from to ask that lady in front of them too what she thinks.
Oh, 118 without loss. Sure, at some stage we'll all be asked for our World Cup squads.
Well, some were, Scotty, weren't they? I think there's a couple of us who weren't.
Three big dogs in the commentary box. Ian Smith, Simon Doull, Mark Richardson.
Well,
all different teams too, weren't they?
Well, it's interesting asking Mark to get 15 players because got to actually think about it. Go outside the circle, doesn't he? When does that team get announced? We should know that, actually. We'll do some digging.
There is a date in April, I think, where the team must be named by it.
Right, so it's a long way away.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that the New Zealand selectors can or have to wait that full length of time.
Can I pick two teams? I'll pick the team that I think they'll pick, and I'll pick my own team.
I think the teams that those three knowledgeable gentlemen up here in the commentary box picked were all teams that they would pick, rather than what the team that we think will be picked. As I mentioned to Craig, all were different. Which I think illustrates how tough that job is for Gavin Larson. People have different opinions. Most of the side were the same. There was just maybe numbers 13, 14 and 15 that were up for debate.
Yeah, there was a number of players knocking on the door, isn't there? The overall catchment of players is probably around the 19 or 20 mark, so it's just getting that balance right in terms of conditions in England that time of the year and how Larson instead see that.
Change of tactics too for Khalid and Mamadula. A little bit of copycat going on. Neil Wagner with his success is 5 for yesterday. So they're looking to go short at New Zealand. It's a small boundary at third man, but that fieldsman is 10 metres off the fence. Deep square, fine leg. Man in leg gully as well, catching mid-wicket. A small analysis piece in the build-up, and one of the things that talked about was that Bangladesh Blackcaps weren't as patient as they could be on the short ball. They looked to go after it, which brought Wagner's bounces into play. So can New Zealand follow suit and be patient, or will they look to be aggressive as well? It usually is a stroke that Jeet Raval likes to play.
The bluff, the 4-1, that's good adjustment by Raval. Raval is one of the few players who, when he plays the pull shot, can just roll with it and hit it on the ground. So he's not looking to hit the ball into the grandstand or go from low to high. Good adjustment, good Yorker. Same field applies to Tom Latham. I think if Tom Latham is looking to pull or hook, you're winning the bowling unit. His goal here will be to get underneath it, sway it or defend it.
We had a run, didn't he, about 2 years ago where the short ball was the undoing for Latham. He used to hook the ball down fine leg stroke. He's a lot more selective, I think, with that pull shot and the hook shot now. So I agree entirely with that point of yours you've just made.
That's over point. And a bit of luck for Tom Latham, but it also brings up 50. Maybe a mistake. It went over gully. It's the end of the over. 123 without loss, but Tom Latham raises the bat and continuing the brilliant form he's had this summer in Test cricket.
Without loss and from the over after 120 minutes and 98 deliveries, bringing up his
ninth 50. And very patient at the start, and then was able to get into his work. Rear lap shot with the white clothing on. He's been aggressive against the spin, looked to use his feet. And what that does is it creates opportunities to get on the back foot. So he'll be wanting to kick on and make sure that, again, there's an opportunity for 100 in front of him. He'd love to continue this partnership with Jeet Raval.
Boy, that stayed down somewhat, didn't it? Raval's duck, but that's probably only gone past at about head height. The first signs of genuine wearing, you could say, early on day 2 of a regular bounce. That one did bounce. That rather lobbed through. And if you're New Zealand, you're looking at those two deliveries, especially the first one, and you're thinking, you know what? Very, very handy, having got so far ahead of the game. Very similar lengths, weren't they? Lovely shot. Might have been partially stopped, so I don't think he's going to pick up 4. That'll get a comfortable 3. And he's in that territory now, isn't he, Jeet Raval? He's into the 70s, where he's been quite a few times. Yet to make a test match century. I can promise you that will be not in the back of the mind, it'll be forefront of the mind.
You do know that if he gets out now, it's your fault. Because you mentioned it.
That's how the world works, doesn't it?
Pushing for 2, that's good running.
hasn't been one of Latham's most fluent innings, has it? It took a long time to get started. He's had drop catch, he's been put down in the gully. He nearly holed out mid-wicket to the plan. Had a lot of inside edges. He's so strong mentally. So good at just gritting it out.
It's an interesting one for Tom Latham, isn't it? Because he's got a transition from that middle order role in one-day cricket without a four-day game. Very well bowled. Very well bowled. So from 5 in the one-day format to opening in a test match without even the hint of a red ball game of cricket for his province. Probably forgive him a little bit of rustiness, nerves around. I guess it's a completely different game, as you would well know, Mark.
Well, it's a different mentality. If you are coming from the short form where you're looking to score, you can't allow a series of dot balls to be bowled at you. It's a very, very different mentality you have to adopt. 128 without loss.
No success for Bangladesh as yet. This partnership continues. The other thing about Tom Latham, I guess, Mark, is that not only is it number 5, but number 5 wicket-keeper, the opening batsman and fielder. I guess that's probably a little bit less of a stress, being able to just jog around in the field and not have to worry about the keeping duties as well. But it's vastly different, as you said.
Yeah, now it's just all about going out there first and occupying the crease for as long as you can. I know it's such a different mentality. You're still got to be positive, but it's a different type of positivity. I think it's very easy for a one-day player who plays Test to come from one-dayers and think, all right, Test, I don't have to score at a rate. I can really defend, and they can often get overly defensive and get a little bit negative and go into the shell, and all of a sudden you can lose form that way. You can almost bat yourself out of form.
Beach Grove School kids come in. I think it's a great idea. Let kids in for free. Yeah, New Zealand cricket should be around all the schools in Hamilton just giving tickets away.
Yeah, but they need to be a little quieter when I'm trying to make a point, Simon.
You'd be a useless teacher.
No run, Tom.
Well, I try on a daily basis to educate you lot. No one listens to you.
Even if you didn't know too much about cricket or didn't like cricket that much, a day off school is a day off school when you're that age. Kids, we're going down to the cricket. What's that? Well, it's a day off. We're going to go to a park and watch something. Okay, well, I'm in.
I entered the ground from a different angle this morning. Came in from the other side of the ground from where we normally come in, behind the main stand. I came in on the embankment side, sort of walked up, because you walk up and you come down the top of the embankment, and I thought, you know, it would be fantastic just sitting here, just watching some cricket for a day.
Oh, you're welcome to go if you want. You can entertain the masses on the bank, Mark.
Well, the beautiful thing about this ground as well is the top of the embankments is the trees. You can sit in shade underneath the trees, and Especially for test matches. You know, you don't have to be here at 6 in the morning to reserve your spot underneath the tree, do you? There you go. Well, that's fantastic. Obviously, you'll get hassled by the security at some point in the day, but, well, that happens to be fine.
Nicely played. It's gone through the gap, kept it down, hit it well.
He played one of these earlier, didn't he, where I think he was trying to do the same thing, was just use the pace of the ball, not overhit it, and it flew away over the top. This time he's got it exactly how he wanted to do it, and the control about this shot is just fantastic. Using the pace, using timing, running it away.
Yeah, played it so well. Played it under his eyes. And let his hands go out. Roll from Ravel.
Got away from him. 132 without loss. Way educational day. I just saw a gentleman as I was lining up to get a coffee actually before, who'd brought his son along. I said, just day off school for the young fella. He said, yep, it's an educational day. Geography, maths, all sorts of things can happen at cricket that I can teach him today.
Basically, the teacher's a cricket buff, isn't he?
Right on.
It's a genuine career, isn't it? And that's what so many young boys and girls have the opportunity to do now, is choose a genuine career in sport of all kinds. On to the opening weekend of the Netball Championships in Hamilton here, Sunday afternoon. Fantastic to see kind of people in Portland's arena, a couple of kilometres away from this ground. A couple of netballers on the Dilmar Tea Party this afternoon as well.
Yeah, sport is a career if you can make it work, if you can be good enough, but few are. It's a fickle business, sport, so you got to make sure that you got something to fall back on.
Generally, it's your parents. Casey Kapoor and Monica Faulkner are the two netballers from the Magic this afternoon on the Dilmar Tea Party with Craig Cumming. Veteran Casey Kapoor, of course, and 4 tests for New Zealand for the Silver Ferns. Back on court. Their baby, of course, and enjoying her time back in the netball arena. Width and put away by Latham. This outfield, I think, just get quicker over the days. One is hauled in. Comfortable 3.
What interests me with a lot of these short balls is they illustrate how placid and slow the surface is, because they're going so far in front of square. There's been quite a few. Yeah. So often when a bowler bowls that sort of width, that you're at that length, you cut it and it goes flying away over backward point. And it's gone through extra cover.
Interesting field placement now for Jeet Raval. Short leg, a man at mid-wicket, quite catching but reasonably stationary. Then, say, a wideish square leg. About 35 yards, 35 metres from the bat, and then a man on the hook shot as well. Good bowling, 137 without loss. Confirmation of that Dilmar tea party. Craig Cumming and a couple of the Chiefs rugby players yesterday with the Waikato Bay of Plenty Magic netballers today. Monica Faulkner, Casey Kapua.
Change at the city end into the attack for Bangladesh. Ibrahim Hussain.
Raval off the thumb into the grill. Last ball, and that's just what those fielders tend to do, I guess. They just put a thought in your mind. Can't play too many shots, can't hook, can't pull. A little bit caught in two minds.
Well, I think he can, so long as he controls it. This bowler bowling about 120k. Raval doesn't need to change his plan too much. He just needs to be accurate in what he does.
But Hussain back.
There's lots going on for Raval, isn't there? We know he's getting close to those three figures, which he hasn't got to in Test cricket before, so I'm sure 75, he started to think about that. How important it is that he doesn't make a mistake, and that's why with this field set, just feel as though he's gone a little bit more defensive.
Fine. Man is very fine. One.
When you have those men tucked around the corner, as they have for Raval in particular, Latham as well, one slight square, but you don't stop playing the little glance down to leg. You just make sure that you get over the top of it. Otherwise, you're just giving away runs, and you go right into your shell, and you're thinking very negatively. Only works for a few people.
That's a good delivery. Swung after it went past. Very good work from Lytton Das.
Yeah, that's the type of delivery that is more damaging to the bloke standing at the non-striker's end. Because when you're facing that, all Raval sees is the ball that's gone quite close to him. He's let it go. It's with the stumps, all okay. It's Latham at the other end going, whoa. It starts to play in his mind. Because it's Latham who sees it do that.
In the gap. Nicely punched away. It's the shorter side of the ground. Pick up a couple. 140 without loss. Good start to the second morning of this first test match. From the New Zealand openers, Jeet Raval made his way through to 77, Tom Latham 59. 94 runs deficit at the moment. Oh, he's whipped that away through mid-wicket. All good on the boundary. Very nicely kept inside the boundary.
Yeah, case in point here from Latham. Just checking to see if this is all fine. No issue there, so we can continue. Yeah, case in point that they've set a field for that shot, but I don't think it means Latham should not play that shot. He just got to make sure he plays it well.
Toying with the fielder at the moment. Almost had 55 minutes of play this morning. Chris Harris, what have you spotted?
It was just something actually Mark Richardson picked up, just that variation in bounce. Obviously this has got to be a little bit disconcerting for the New Zealand bowlers. See there, not really getting up as much as Raval thought. Then the very next delivery, which was a similar spot, but much more height. And someone that's got an interest is Neil Wagner, I'm sure seen that, and also the Bangladesh top order.
Wait!
They didn't make a great fist of it in the first innings. A lot of the top order and middle order out to short pitch bowling. You know, when it's hard and fast and consistent bounce, it's difficult enough. But when that variation, some are getting up, some aren't, it just makes it that much more difficult. A lot of people talk about when it's not bouncing to stand up and try and play it. It's a lot easier said than done.
Great to have a bowler, a fast bowler in your side also who comes into their own in the second innings of a match. Flat conditions. So many, let's say, classical New Zealand seamers, especially at the first-class level as well in New Zealand, they're great when there's a bit in it, and they swing it, and they kiss the ball off the surface. When it gets flat, they're just innocuous. But all of a sudden, Neil Wagner, and he's better than just a second innings bowler. I mean, he picked up 5 in the first innings, and he's done great jobs in the first innings of matches, but he is great to have in your side when you get those wearing surfaces with the irregular bounce. Another bowler I think of who had a pretty good career was Andrew Caddick for England. He tended to come into his own in the second innings as well.
I think what we've seen with a lot of teams against Neil Wagner in the first innings, where he's got a lot of wickets with short pitch bowling, is they've decided in the second innings not to play. Guess what I'm saying out here, if that bounce isn't getting up as high, it's a lot of it, it's a very difficult technique. It means a lot of them will possibly be getting hit.
Pinch one here. It's a quick one in the end. Jeet Raval home safely. 144 without loss. Good short ball. That was a close call, and the reason for the close call, Latham's fine because he's backing up nicely. He gets a good head start. Jeet Raval on the back foot. I think he's fine. I think he's fine there, no problem at all. If you had a look at the end-on view, you would see that the ball hadn't reached the stumps by the time Jeet Raval had made his ground.
May have been an element of panic, though, 3/4 of the way down. Yeah, he's prepared to play this pull, and I like it. He hasn't timed the last two he's played, but he hasn't looked like top edging them either, or hitting them in the air. So he's not just going to let the Bangladesh bowlers dictate terms here with their field set. Block them up. And that'll be the key, is to assess the length very, very early and know when it's time to duck or when it's time to stand up. Because if he's going to stand up and pull, he needs to make sure that the ball is only going to bounce at most test height.
That's what I like the most about that last delivery from Ravel's point of view. The fact that he will play the pull shot when it's in a certain area, but when it's not quite in that area, he's prepared to leave it and gets in a good position. That, for me, shows he's still in complete control.
That's a better option. Much better option. Wait for the width that side of the ground. Punch it away for 4.
Oh, that's a beauty, this. The angle, you see, the angle going across, the bowler's gone wide, creating that angle, but just got it wrong in terms of his line. So Raval, who's so good at using the pace of the ball, and big wide open spaces on that ground, could just play that with freedom.
He's not trying to thrash the ball either. He's just placing it beautifully, just timing it.
I do like the thought process and the energy from Ibadot saying, though, as well. No, he just got that line slightly wrong with the boundary 4. But all of a sudden going wide, trying to make Jeet Raval play the pull shot. It's going across him. It's always harder to control. And there's a method to the bowling as well, which I do like. Oh, little feather at that one. Didn't take anything. 148 without loss. Time for a drink. So the players will have a Powerade drinks break.
148 without loss after 41 overs, and it's now time for a Powerade drinks break. Powerade, hydrating the Blackcaps.
There they are, Latham and Raval. They are unmoved. In the first hour this morning, they have made great profit for New Zealand. 86 without loss overnight, now 148, and it's been an hour of boundaries.
Certainly has Tom Latham. He was positive as along with Jeet Raval. They've set the field for a lot of short pitch bowling and they've been able to counter it. And amongst it, Raval has been very, very positive on the front foot. Tom Latham, another 50 in Test cricket. It's been a great summer for him. Jeet Raval has just showed composure and control, using the pace on the offside so he can play the full shot. Now he's countering it with the glides and the back foot punches. Excellent opening partnership and a lot of work to do for Bangladesh.
Yes, they're down on their haunches, aren't they? Trying to get the message. This Tamim Iqbal is laying down the law as a senior player. What he's probably saying is, I got 100 yesterday and you're giving it back to them. And he's not wrong. It's just been a little bit too easy this morning. Not enough chances created. Need to get some inspiration. Otherwise, it will be a long day today and well and truly into tomorrow as well, because conditions here in Hamilton are ideal. The pitch is at its best for batting right now, and they cannot find a way through with that very strong batting lineup on the left, eager to get out there as well. So I won't say the writing is on the wall, Ken, but I've got the pen out.
Crayons. Got to the pens. It's in bold type, isn't it? It's quite dire straits for Bangladesh. They can get a couple of wickets before lunch, then would have made some inroads, but 234 plays 148 without loss at the moment. 2 not out. Raval, Latham going around long very nicely as well. Look, they've tried a few things this morning, Bangladesh. They've certainly had some plans to both Raval and Latham. They've been close on a couple of occasions. It's something, there's one card to fall their way.
In some ways, the plans, though, Ken, isn't it? They've set a field for the short pitch bowling, and then every now and then they bowl a full one and wide one, get hit through the covers, or even Latham being able to work off his toes and they've gone full. Buying into that plan and actually being 100% committed. Neil Wagner, if he goes short, he goes short. He doesn't give you a release point. The only option you've got is leaving the ball.
Khaled. Smack! How's that for a post-drink statement? Goodness me.
My lord, where did that come from? It brings up the 150 partnership in passion, which we may call extraordinary aggression. Look at that. Stand and deliver through the ball.
Wow. This is a man that's batted about 6 days in Test cricket this summer. He's been known for his patience. And then he stood up and just gone whooshka. Jeet Raval, Tom Latham, 152. What do they have in that drinks, Ruds? Gee whiz.
You reckon the captain sent a message out, Craig?
Wow.
Right.
Well, that's kind of got us out of our pre-lunch slumber. This.
I wonder, was it a no ball and he knew because there were 3 men behind square legs, so Tom Latham actually preempted it and he knew it because the field was set and he thought, I've got a free hit here, so I'm going to unleash. I think that will tell the tale.
Waiting.
Misfield there, so this is a really poor start from Bangladesh to begin the second hour. So that's really good batting from Latham and Raval. Maybe they communicated that. You have to be very sure he's behind square, because if he's in front and you play boldly. So Latham was aware of it, and that's why he smiled so much at the end of it. So short leg is clearly in front, okay? The guy there is clearly in front of square. That was a late call. Paul Rifle picked up on it, and he's just confirming now why. There. So Tom Latham was ahead of everyone, and Nigel Long was onto it too.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, even Jeet Raval had a look at Tom Latham as if to say, what have you done there? What are you doing? And then Latham pointed 3 behind, and Jeet gave it the old nod, and so did the umpires.
There they are. 1 down behind square, leg gully and a fine leg. Excellent work, Nigel Long. Arm goes out there. You can see right there in this is a speck. The arm goes out. Excellent umpiring, that.
Schoolboy error by Bangladesh, though, isn't it? That's first things we learn cricket as the novice, go your first club. They say the basic rules of the game, and that's one of them. Onto it, Nigel Long.
I just love Jeet Raval's response. And an eye on Raval after he hits it, he's standing, he ducks, and then he's looking at him going, what are you doing? What are you doing, mate? Oh, well done. Good work, you. Yep, good plan. Can see what you're doing there, but for a start, he was confused. You'd like that in Test cricket, you know, Tom Latham, just so disciplined, and then all of a sudden, you know, I could just wind up here.
Imagine Jeet Raval on 99. Spice 3 men behind square.
The thing is, you can get it in first-class cricket every now and then, Smithy, but you've got to have the umpire where you don't have replays to be able to do it, and you can look like a little bit of a wally if you swing hard and go straight up, and then the guy who's in backward square runs in front of the umpire. No, I was in front the whole time.
$155 for none. Well, they continue to grow as a partnership, Latham and Raval. And they're chasing down two lefties at the top, Edgar and Wright, 1,655. Franklin and Wright, understated actually, Trevor Franklin in combination with John Wright. At partnership averaged 55 per wicket.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's a brilliant record, isn't it?
It is. And down the bottom, of course, is Graham Dowling and Bags Murray. Now, tell me a bit about Bags Murray. Want to know a little interesting sideline?
Up to Smithy.
Well, he's Amelia Kerr's grandfather.
Oh, I knew that. I thought you had something that wasn't there.
You did not. You'd have given me that.
I did.
Why didn't you say it?
Well, I thought you had something that wasn't well known. I mean, it's said every time Amelia Kerr comes on to bowl. But a mother, a father, their sisters now in the New Zealand emerging players, and she's your granddad. Covered off so many times in the White Ferns games.
Headmaster, Tawa College for a long time.
No, I didn't know that.
Amazing. Seems like you know everything else.
Well, I do know there's a Hawke Cup going on, Smithy, today. A challenge between Hawke's Bay and Nelson, who are the holders. Speaking of siblings, Smith has got the captain's armband.
He's also got the seat after getting out early too. So don't worry about that one. We'll move on.
Oh, they've still got a chance. He's the captain. He'd get a chance maybe to hold the Hawke Cup aloft.
Well, done it before.
Yeah, I know, but again.
Have you not had the Hawke Cup on your mantelpiece?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't lived.
I had the privilege or pain of challenging it. It was against Manawatu for South Canterbury. We lost the toss. They decided to bat at Fitzherbert Park, and we were pretty confident. We had a good bowling attack. And we, fortunately, they declared after 228 overs, Ruds, 649 for 9. And it's fair to say we didn't chase it down on the last day.
You were a good fielding side of your day, though, South Canterbury, weren't they?
We got plenty of chance in that game, I can tell you. 228 overs.
No one will ever surpass Buller winning the Hawke Cup, I'm afraid. That is one of the great achievements. That's, for me, like Leicester City winning the premiership.
And how great wasn't it? We were on air, weren't we? I think we were at Eden Park, Smithy, when they did it. Close to, well, my family roots. My mother and father are from Buller.
You're starting to sound like Mark Richardson. Everything comes back to you.
No, I'm just saying, like, from Buller. So it was nice to be able to be on air, and when they won that. Well, Nelson have taken it off Southland in the last challenge. It was close, but Southland won it last year. They held on to it against Mid Canterbury, and now Nelson took it off them. It'll be a good challenge for Nelson because they've lost a couple of players to Central District side. Greg Hay, who was captain. Hawke's Bay have got some good players, Smithy. A couple of players I thought were maybe a little bit too good to be playing Hawke Cup when there's a first-class round of cricket being played at the moment.
Wait.
That'll go through and it'll run away for 4. Excellent timing. Into the rope. 159 for none.
He's easy on the eye, Jeet Raval. Very fluent stroke maker. It's rocks on the back foot and a straight jab through the covers. Beautifully timed. He races past the fielder just in front of the square on the offside.
Problems aplenty for Bangladesh now as New Zealand close in very quickly on that 234. They've made great inroads this morning, very positive fashion. 86 without loss overnight. Run a minute stuff. Tom Latham just having a little look out towards square leg again. And just weighing up whether that man, I suppose, is in front or behind Nigel Long. And that's Tami Miqbal, and he's clearly in front. But Tom Latham did pull away and have a look there. He's still looking in that area. Watch as Tami just went sideways, didn't he? Just moved sideways, out of shot. There he goes, look. Pulled away, noticed that. Isn't that a bit of a no-no, actually? He was behind square, then he goes in front.
Well, it's not certainly not in the spirit of the game, you wouldn't have thought. Obviously, Latham, it's a severe blind spot. It's on his behind him as he's facing up. So the key here is for Jeet Raval, a non-striker. Keep an eye on that. That fielder is gallivanting on either side of the square leg. Looking for that strangle down the leg side, annoying form of dismissal. I think Tamim, with all his experience, was playing games with Latham there, having been caught out doing it in the first place, and Latham cashing in on it. I think he was going to move in front of square, but he was just toying with him.
I think the normal rule is you're allowed to move forward and back. You don't move sideways. But in the forward, I'm not sure if there's an actual rule behind it, though. I think it's actually just in the spirit of the game, the unwritten rule.
Yeah, I think it's the spirit of the game. In some matches we do have that square leg or the back of the square who's on the one. As the quick bowler's running into bowl, he ends up back 3/4 for the hook shot. And a few games that happen, but it's, I don't think there is an actual rule of cricket against it, but certainly spirit-wise it's very questionable. Sort of thing used to happen today when you play against Canterbury, to be honest, Craig.
I was going to say there's an irony in it. Two Otago guys talking about it, I'll tell you.
Well, I can actually tell you it happened in an Otago versus Canterbury game. Yeah. And a man by the name of Rob Lawson may have been caught on the boundary on 99. And as he had it, he raised his arms and didn't realise the fielder was back on the rope. Good catch too. He had to walk off. 99, it was an Oamaru.
It's a non-striker's got to keep an eye on that though, Craig, isn't it?
Such a shame too. Yeah, heck of a place to celebrate 100, Oamaru.
Centennial Park, Smithy. Highlight of the year.
I don't know, the karaoke down at the Brighton Hotel's not too bad in. Seem to remember a couple of occasions yourself you love the old karaoke, but anyway.
It's 159 for none anyway. And it stays that way too, 159 for none.
Just starting to see now Jeet Raval. He's on 86. Third time he's got to 80 in this match in Hamilton, so he likes this ground. Ask a lot of the domestic players, and they talk about how strong he is through backward point and through the gully region with that cut. Times on the front foot it can be a danger, but off the back foot, when he scores a lot of runs, he plays that so well, and we're seeing that today, and that's one of the reasons why his strike rate's good. Maybe just a bit more freedom, a bit more relaxed. Jeet Raval.
Well, there's a certain elegance about the way he plays, isn't it? He's someone you don't mind watching for an hour and see him go about his work. It's free flowing for an opening batsman, and it's a pretty good record. Very good record.
Yeah, and that's what you'd probably say when you ask a lot of domestic cricketers about him. They'll score nicely, you know.
Very good, Lytton Das. It nearly got away for 4 byes. Bounced it, maybe swung a wee bit as it went past Jeet Raval here. Sometimes the ball does move in the air, and look at that one go away. That's athletic, isn't it? Acrobatic.
Well, BJ Watling will actually stand down leg to Neil Wagner when he's looking to bowl this sort of stuff, and then he actually has to move to the offside. So the brilliant take, one-handed in the glove. Very close to being a no ball with that back foot too on that delivery. Wide of the crease. Vidot, really wide. He is. Here's that raised back heel when he lands.
Mamadullah taking a long time to get the field right here to Raval, which is not a bad tactic to a bloke approaching his first 100. Again, that swing as the ball pitches. Once it pitches, it actually changes its trajectory to seam up, and it works like a seaming delivery. See the seam up there, and then it just drifts away. Does it in England a heck of a lot. Very embarrassing over there.
The question is, why does it swing maybe after it bounces, but it doesn't swing when it comes out of the bowler's hand if it's released the same?
We'll get the Sultan to sort that out. Simon Dool, Simon the Sultan of swing. He'll sort that out when he comes back in. On the subject of karaoke, Ken. They're not going to pitch many up to him, are they, with this field? So many players behind square.
Yeah, I guess the question is who outlasts the other. You see with Wagner bowling to various batsmen around the world in the last 3 or 4 years, he tends to outlast them, doesn't he, in terms of the short pitch attack, and the batsman gives up after a while, doesn't persevere, and it's one straight at the end gets out.
Well, I think it's a good thing too, and they're actually committed now, so at least they're short to Raval, because Raval's thinking 14 more runs, and he wants to get there as quick as he can.
You're right. Back of his mind, Ravel will be thinking, oh goodness, it's take on that boundary in the square leg. It is the longer of the two sides, isn't it? It's a good 75, 80 metre hit.
Well, he's got to take it on to score runs. If he doesn't, he's going to just stay on 86. That's the feeling.
He's got time on his side.
Absolutely, and that's what he'll be reminding himself. And that's what Tom Latham will be talking to him about. Just trust your process, stick to it, and just trust your instincts.
Glove there, though. It was well bowled. And now he's going to pick up bonus runs because of the overthrows. Oh, arms going all over the place here from Bangladesh's point of view. The bowler not happy at all. 88 now, picked for Raval. It's 161 for none. Pretty similar attack actually to Tom Latham, to be fair. Latham takes it on, hits it far enough in front of square to get away with it. That's the thing, I suppose Latham's not having to sit on this horrible milestone that Raval's approaching, because he's got so many runs and he's had a bumper summer in Test cricket. But he can actually take that plan on a little bit more confidently. And if you know, your eye's good, and if you know that's what they're doing, the opportunity to get into your shot really early gives you that chance to hit it in front of square.
Yeah, there's no anxiety at all for Latham. Just bat ball by ball, over by over. Just keep building and building during the course of the day.
I suppose in a way it's the Wagner effect, isn't it? It's the Wagner effect from both ends.
Yeah, they've seen Wagner be successful and really turn the course of the match yesterday. Certainly the day's play yesterday changed with Wagner's assault mid-afternoon. Bangladeshi batsmen simply had no answer to it. This is one of two ways to play here. Either you take it on, you have a bit of a crack, you hope with some luck, and you back a good hooking and pulling technique, or you simply do what Raval seems to be doing, to get out of the way.
Or take it on and hit it beautifully in front of square. Just didn't bounce that high, and he played it so well into the 90s.
Really good example of how to play the pull shot. The Bangladeshi batsman from yesterday would take note here. Stand up nice and tall, swing of the bat from high to low and across the body, roll the wrists, middle it, and let it sail out to the middle wicket boundary for 4.
A couple of key things there. One is the line. It's just slightly outside his left eye, and that means he can hit it comfortably in front of square leg where the fielder is. The other one was the height. Didn't get high enough. Excellent batting by Raval.
Oh, pulled out. That was a good decision. That was a dangerous height. That's a glove height.
It's a good delivery. It's a really good delivery from Khalid here. Got big in him, didn't it? Steepled. It's short. It's not chest height like the previous delivery, which was able to be accessed in front of square. It's that height that's right.
That's the difference when you look at Neil Wagner. Neil Wagner, every ball is high energy. Whereas someone, the ball before, a little bit soft. Next to a bit more anger and actually hitting the bat.
It's one thing we probably don't comment on enough about Wagner's bowling. It's his general fitness, really. Just keeps charging in, doesn't he? He's able to bowl those spells, just 4 or 5 over spells, bowling short and quick, but double that, triple that at times.
People often say, and we've talked about it, Ken, outlasting, but if Neil Wagner's bowling 9 overs, it's 18 combination with the mate at the other end. It's over an hour where you've just got to be satisfied nearly ducking. That's why he's so challenging, because he can do it for so long.
And you want to score runs as a batsman. You're out there and you want to feel the bat on the ball, so you sway and duck for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Eventually something flicks in the old brain, I suppose. You think, oh, I'm going to have a crack at the next one.
Especially if you're on 0, you start your innings against that. You don't play a shot, and the guy at the other end's not getting singles. You're stuck down there. How do you get away from it?
It's 166 for none.
First time in the 90s for Jeet Raval in Test cricket. Tom Latham's got a big part play here just to talk him, keep him relaxed, just focus on one ball at a time, and that's what Raval does do very well. It's part of his process. He's very, very structured in what he's able to do. He is now to tell him when he gets down the other end, just switch off. But also remind him, you faced 154 balls. You do not need to change anything about what you've been able to do. Just trust yourself.
again, the ball swinging quite prodigiously after it pitches. So Lytton Dust getting a good little workout here behind the stumps with this approach from the Bangladesh bowlers.
Yeah, but Abadot had a couple of issues with his run-up yesterday. He fouled out on a couple of occasions. Some issues there with his rhythm at times, but it's unnerving for a keeper, isn't it? That swing of the ball.
Well, he released that seam up, it landed seam up, and then carried on seam up. Normally it'd be a cross seamer that will...
I watched Abadot this morning warming up, and some of his very stop-start where he was top of his run, running into the crease. Okay, it's warm-up, so it's not the same as a bench situation, but certainly something with Courtney Walsh that he's working on. It's just his general rhythm and feel, I guess, as he's running into the crease. Feeling he's still a work in progress, but there's plenty to work with. He's good physique, gets up around the 140 mark.
The problem you have is how often have they tried someone like Abadot, hectic like this, the short pitch, turn up and it looks a bit grassy, and coach is talking about maybe bowling a little bit fuller than you used to. We get a bit of swing and seam, and you've got to be able to do that now. Day two, you're talking about a short pitch bowling plan. And you always worry young, fast bowlers, how it actually affects the body, because they haven't done a lot. We just talked about Neil Wagner. He's done that for a long time, but he's also, his build is different. I call him a runner. Used to, like, he's a runner. He does a lot of weights, man. He's not a strong person.
I feel he missed out there, Tom Latham, because there's only one player in front of square on the offside, and he's at a cover, and no one else. So there's no one else that is there to stop runs, and I think he felt there was an opportunity there, a rare one, because it's pretty hard to score through the offside when it's bouncing over your head.
The other thing I like what these two are doing, especially when their partnership is growing, because they're playing a lot more together, is the running between the wickets. You're going to have mix up every now and then, but they seem to have worked out a very good thing, or whether it's just due to that partnership. If in doubt, they basically send the other guy back. And often you have players, and I don't want to say someone like Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson have had their issues in the past where they get caught. These two, if in doubt, they yell no, no. And I think that's a good thing to going forward, especially as an opening pair.
And that's a maiden, 166 for none.
Just the 68 runs now. Slow delivery to start. Khalid's 15th over.
Wait.
Good early call.
I think that man's had a good morning, Marmadula. Has not been afraid to try things, put in some funky field positions. Quick bowlers are happy to have prolonged spells of bowling short. But it will be a little uncomfortable, even though Latham and Raval have put on a big opening stand. It hasn't been plain sailing. And I like it because there's still plenty of possibilities for wickets. It's not just simply line and length and wait for the batsman to make a mistake.
Slower one. Got some width. Maybe thought about it. Maiden over though, 166 without loss.
Don't go into your shell, son. That was there to be spanked.
Not too many lefties, are there, Mark Richardson, who don't like the cut shot?
Well, that's just... For a left-handed opening batsman, if you could ask the bowler to bowl at a certain area, that's the one you'd want. I'd take that one over maybe a half volley on leg stump.
They've been or are they going? I wonder.
Chris Martin, didn't he? Tried to bring the headband back for the fast bowlers. Ever bowl with a headband, Dooley?
I might have done in the nets in India.
Funnily enough, I can imagine you bowling with a bandana on.
Yeah, that would have been more me.
Goatee and an earring.
Sort of spiky peroxided hair underneath the bandana.
All of the above.
And an AC/DC shirt underneath the whites too.
Never ever did I though. I know I saw this on a lot of occasions from certain players in the last 15 years. Never did I wear black socks. Could not catch my breath when I saw New Zealand test match players wearing black socks during a test match.
In defence for a moment.
There is no defence, Scott. Put your mic down. Just put it down. There's no defence for wearing black socks or for tucking your trousers into your socks when you're playing cricket and batting either.
Well, that one I can agree with. I do. Coffee, when you're commentating, even more so. But at least I know which one to speak into, Mark. That there was a period of time there where this New Zealand side got a full clothing issue for a tour and a full suitcase of clothing. And you weren't allowed to wear any of your, even civvies, you weren't allowed to wear anything other than what you were given for the tour. And it was dreadful, I might add.
Oh, just about chopped that on.
And part of that too were black socks to play in. So when it was issued to you, sometimes you had no choice, do we?
No, I'm with Scotty there. I was involved in that tour, and let's face it, I'm not particularly cool. Never have been. Not really into fashion, and even I was embarrassed wearing it. It was that bad.
We're also talking to a couple of blokes who probably wouldn't put their hand in their pocket to buy a pair of white socks as well. So,
well, it was free, and that was the good part.
What about you and Craig Cumming as well, Mark, not Scotty? Nicely pulled away. That is beautifully played from Latham. Got a short ball and pounced on it.
Well, I like this because there is a plan to maybe force these two batsmen into making an error, playing away on the onside, but I like the fact that they're still prepared to play there.
You mentioned in the last over, Mark, about batsmen going into their shell, and the pull shot for Jeet Raval is a stroke that he does like to play, and the cut where he didn't, just left it alone. How much of that do you think is the fact that Raval is still searching for that first test match centuries into the 90s? Latham's been there, 8 test centuries to his name already. He doesn't have that same pressure. .172, 171 without loss.
This New Zealand partnership continues. Resumed this morning, 86. New Zealand bowled Bangladesh out yesterday afternoon for 234. 121 for 1 at one stage yesterday, Bangladesh. So New Zealand were under the pump well and truly when Tamim Iqbal was cruising along. He played beautifully. Things fell apart. In the afternoon session, New Zealand gained ascendancy and they have not let it go since.
The goal for these two now, they want to set. I'll answer your question when I'm good and ready to answer your question, Scotty. I'm getting there. I want to make my point first, is that the goal that these two should now set, it's a long way off. Their goal should be to get past Bangladesh's score, none down. Nice little outcome goal just to have there, motivate them, keep things tight, keep churning away. I think that'd be a nice goal. Yeah, in answer to your question, and I've forgotten what it was, Scotty. What was it?
It's about Jeet Raval going into a shell and being on 92 and not having 100.
Yeah, it happens because you don't want to get out in bad fashion and say, all right, I'm going to start as if it's, I need 8 runs. I'm going to pretend it's my first 8 runs. I'm just going to wait for the ball to be on my hip and wait for maybe something on my legs. You can't think like that. You just got to keep playing the way you've been playing, because it really should just be another 8 runs in the course of an innings that you don't know how long it's going to be and how many you're going to make.
Also mentioned it before, I actually think he's only 7 runs away. Because if you get to 99, it's job done. If you get out, how cool is it to get 99 in a test match? Another way of looking at it, I always felt when I got to 99, the pressure was off. It's a trivia question too. Who got 99 as their highest test score? There's been a couple. Shane Warne for one. Thanks to you, Mark. Deepak Patel.
I got one. And I think I was thinking a little bit like you too, Scotty. I think I got a short wide one and I whacked it straight to gully for no run, and there was one ball to go in the day's play. Sorry, but I had taken all day to get to 99. And my thinking was, oh, I'll just come back tomorrow and get it. And I got out.
Lovely. Just punched down the ground, mid-off is open. So another boundary for Latham.
Tough to go for a bluff when there is no field to back you up. Nobody in front of point really on the offside. And what that says to me too, that Tom Latham, even though he's copping a short ball barrage, he's still able to get the body weight into the ball. And that is a sign that the short ball's not really having the effect of pushing you back and getting you thinking about the short ball. Excellent batting again from the New Zealand opener.
Wait, Tom, wait.
175 without loss.
Mentioned the black socks as well, Dooley. I've still got a couple of pairs of those, I reckon. I pull them out when on the golf course, and if I'm not getting my sexy white legs out and playing in shorts, and they still get worn, I might have to bring them along. Wear them just for you in the commentary box.
Have a ceremonial burning. Bring my shoes back when you bring your socks along.
I don't have as much of an aversion to the black socks as you do, but there's a lot of things I don't like in this world. But one of my real cricket dislikes when it comes to cricket fashion, is a bit more subtle, but it's white trousers. You don't wear white trousers. You can maybe get away with white trousers and a white top, but you never wear white trousers and a cream top. You'll get away with cream trousers and a white top.
It's the one. Well, we've got two contrasts out in the middle today, haven't we? Bangladesh are white on white, and New Zealand are cream. New Zealand are sort of the traditional creams, have gone away from the whites, and Bangladesh are white on white. So I think in your sort of scale of rules of cricket, Mark, they're okay, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd always go cream. Cream and cream. Third. Creams.
Quick single. Good running. Very good running.
Because there was a time where you would supply your own trousers and you'd get your cricket top. And I think one of the worst offenders was Shane Bond, who would often turn up with white trousers, get our cream top, and I've resented him ever since, really. We've never been friends since. Never will be because of that.
Crunched, absolutely crunched from Jeet Raval. Moves through to 97 with that boundary.
Good lad, this is what you need to do. This is really good selection because he knew it wasn't going to bounce very high. He had a look at it, knew it was about waist height. That's a gimme, and he whacked it. Very positive shot.
That's what both these batsmen have done exceptionally well this morning. When the short ball has been delivered, if it is above their head, they've been happy to duck. Wait for that waist-high delivery.
And he's got it. 1,000 runs and his first Test match 100. Jeet Raval will celebrate. Been a long time coming, but that will feel very good indeed.
And he deserves it as well. He's made a good start to his international career. He's well and truly set. And that was all that was missing from the resume, a Test match 100. Congratulations. Wonderful knock it has been as well. And thoroughly deserved.
Knew it was coming. Knew he was going to get the short one. Was he going to take it on or wasn't he? It was a good line too, because it was a bit higher and a bit more offside. But how good is that played? How good will that feel? And you want to bring up that first century with a great shot, and that was a great shot. It's a great moment. A moment made greater because he knows he's had to work hard for it.
We'll start again now. Might get a better opportunity to make a really big score. Lean run. Full of 30s and 340s in that little spell from the start of 2018 into 2017. Tough time of it. Just a little bit of glove and then thigh pad. The Latham, 186 without loss.
186 without loss.
Bangladesh looking for early wickets to try and make their score of 234 competitive. And they have not been able to do it. Jeet Raval has been aggressive all the way through. Has looked square of the wicket when they've overpitched. He's been happy to just punch the ball through that cover region. Loves the pull shot. Small boundaries here at Seddon Park. And fittingly it was the pull shot that brings up a maiden Test match 100.
And doing so, Jeet Raval has 401,000 runs to his credit in his Test career for New Zealand.
A lot of runs in front of the wicket there, isn't there? Shows he has adapted his game nicely to the pace of the surface. A lot of pull shots in front of the wicket, controlled ones, horizontal bat shots, and the shot you see on the offside in front of the wicket just punches with a vertical bat. He developed his game, his methodology for the task at hand, excellent.
Mehdi Hassan, 5 overs for 31 runs, so a great start to proceedings last evening. Jeet Raval, 102, so he's reached a first Test century 10 years after reaching his first class century. That occasion went on to make 256. His first class century was 256 for Auckland against Central District. So he made the most of that opportunity. Do the same today.
A little surprisingly for me as well, this is the first sign of spin for the morning. Ahmadullah been happy to rotate the quick bowlers through. Might have been an opportunity just to
good ball, Mitchell.
dot up one end with the spinner and allow the quicks to rotate from the other end. So tactically, it'd be interesting to see the way he rotates those bowlers this afternoon.
Oh!
He little bit of turn there from the surface as well. I had a quick look at the pitch this morning, and the foot marks, they're quite crumbly. They're digging out, but no one is really running on the wicket. Someone needs to get on it a bit more.
Was it pad first? That's what Bangladesh are hoping. Been just outside the line perhaps, but it was certainly angling back in. They've got an opportunity to go upstairs. 10 seconds gone. Do they want to take it? 15, no. End of the over, 186 without loss.
Would have been a gamble, wouldn't it? Oh, I think the right thing for Bangladesh to do is not just give in to the temptation.
Yeah, just as a thought, impact just outside the line. So good decision.
Just wonder, I've never been part of a group that's had to make DRS decisions about whether to go upstairs or not. Just wonder, at what point do you try and go away from thinking logically about going upstairs versus, well, we need a bit of a hope here. Do we take a risk because the opposition are 180 without loss? Or does it not change throughout the innings?
Shimosaka into the attack. First time today. You'd like to think your process would remain the same, no matter whether it was Tom Latham, Jeet Raval, Virat Kohli, Joe Root. You'd like to think the process would remain the same, but I don't think it does always remain the same. I think the value of the person batting sometimes from some teams comes into play as well.
It shouldn't, and I don't think you should ever try to bank them either. If you think that the decision is wrong, there's enough of you who think the same way, then you review it.
The other thing is that Paul Rifle and the umpires out in the middle will be getting a little bit of information as well after that call. After Paul Rifle's made that call, by the time he goes out to square leg and up in the third umpire's chair, that is lovely. Boy, that is just beautifully timed down the ground by Tom Latham. Gentle, long half volley. Too easy. As I was saying, Mr. Paliagurage upstairs. Third umpire's chair will relay out to Paul Rifle. Good decision. That ball hit the batsman outside off stump, so well done, Paul. He'll get that on his comms, which is nice. You need that.
Would you want to hear about it if you're Paul Rifle if it was wrong?
Paul Rifle, so not really sure, but no.
Depends who's telling you, wouldn't it? And whether you like them or not.
Well, there is the cricket circles a belief that Paul Rifle isn't a big fan of DRS anyway. 190 without loss.
Possibly just 1 over remaining until lunch on day number 2. New Zealand have scored 104 runs in this session so far. Too short, and that has been smashed away all the way as well by Jeet Raval.
He struggled his length in his bowling yesterday, Mahedi, and he was dominated with straight back shots off front and back. Well, that's a real long hop, and that got quite agricultural, didn't it? Jeet Raval was thinking 6 or nothing there.
Got into position quickly, though, didn't he, Jeet Raval? It was a quicker delivery from Mahedi. What a big session it has been for New Zealand. Forget they began the day at 86 without loss. Bangladesh needed wickets early. Tammy Iqbal talked about that in the pre-day interview. Now there's a lot of work to be done for the visitors.
It's nice, bit of length.
লাল বল দেখাই যায় টাইমে থ্রো করতেছে না গাছগুলোর জন্য বল দেখা যায় ঠিক আছে
Over in lunch, says Paul Rifle. 197 without loss, New Zealand. Jeet Raval has picked up his first test match century. Take his bat to lunch on 109. Tom Latham, 83. He'll be in search of another test match 100 after lunch as well. Well, Tom Latham searching for his 9th.
Yeah, very much a giveaway this field. No man out on the hook, which they had very much in the first session. Point on the boundary in the final leg.
The other thing about the morning's play on the second day of this test has been a slow over rate. 13 overs in each hour. It's not quick going. Admittedly, when you're bowling the likes of Khalid Ahmed and Everdot Hussain, Jayed, long run-ups, 13 overs. Do lots of 13 overs. It's hard work. The sedate deliveries start proceedings after lunch. You know, after a break sometimes there can be an error made.
Well, apart from congratulations, I think there'd be 2 words said to Jeet Raval. Start again. Start again, and you're in credit at 109. What a way to start, too, on a beautiful afternoon. A flat pitch, a tiring bowling attack. Start again and fill your boots.
I don't have one better feeling than going to lunch 109 not out, and that'll be there at the end of play today being 209 not out. I'm sure in the back of the mind that will be his plan. Try and bat through the day.
It's a bit of an insult, isn't it, for the bowling side? You haven't got one wicket in numbers 9, 10 and 11 walking around with their pads on saying, when you've got 7 down, it'll be us.
Well, the first one on target. Yeah, Neil Wagner able to sit back and watch that last delivery as he wandered round to the nets after his magnificent contribution, 5 for 47.
Well, that's the changing face of Test cricket, to be fair. These days, of course, in the old days, the bowlers who just knocked over Bangladesh yesterday would have had their feet up. He would not have moved them. Maybe gone to lunch, or maybe had it delivered. But I tell you, there's no way they'd have been in the nets at lunchtime on the second day. Batting. That is a change.
Now, early times in the beginning of the second session, but we can see that concentration that we've come to appreciate from both Latham and Raval. They won't be wooed into playing any shot that's got any high element of risk about it. Chanceless, absolute chanceless 100 for Jeet Raval. Great lesson in having a focus and achieving it, going about it the right way. Patience.
Fairly tame maiden to begin with. Get me almost sleepy myself. 197 for none.
Yeah, well, what were they? 120, 124, 123, 125. Yes, a very, I might have used the word before, sedate start. Got to start somewhere.
And to continue from the benders end, Mahidi Assad.
Well, Tom Latham's fashioned a very good record now in Test cricket. And he's on track for his 9th 100. We saw Tamim Iqbal get his 9th 100 in this Test match, and Tom Latham to go with 1550s. Average is creeping up all the time. Of course, he's had prolific against Sri Lanka. Wonderful time against them, so certainly he's got an eye on another one, 17 runs away.
Right, piece ja. Mithun bhai halka bame chapen. Right, halka dane chap.
First run post-lunch.
সাতমান একটু মুভ করলে ভালো না?
Well, they've got 2 catches in on the offside, so that's good line and length for Mahidi to bowl. Really straight catcher. And then another one who's in short on the grassy area just off the wicket block as well. That's too short, and that's easy for Raval to cash in behind square.
200 up for New Zealand for these openers, unbroken. Jeet Raval knew that the majority of the fielders were in front of the wicket. He was able to get onto the back foot and dispatch the short delivery when no one was on the offside.
Yeah, that's the risk Mahedi faces with this field, bowling to short cover catches. So he wants to be outside off stump, but he just can't get short. If he gets short, he's going to be punished, as he was there.
I'm looking forward to this as it grows throughout the afternoon. Long way away from Turner and Jarvis, but there's a few combinations might be getting a bit nervous. Not that far away. I think they are a real chance. One opportunity they've created Bangladesh on this pitch, and I think we might see yet another milestone. It's a bold prediction this far out, but it's on. Rock solid, 202 for none.
So much admiration for Jeet Raval. This is how he started his innings yesterday. We marvelled at how he was able to judge the bounce in the pitch early on. His leaves were leaving us breathless at times. Such was his ability to know where the stumps were, but that just indicated his intent. Jeet Raval, first time to 3 figures. 82 balls for the first 50, 163 with 100.
Right on.
You have to watch that bounce a bit, don't you? Seen throughout the summer batsmen who have played on, Sri Lankans, Indians, New Zealanders. The bottom edge into the stumps, you don't want that.
Yeah, I like this approach from Bangladesh after lunch. Have that short pitch theory. Good going. Good go before lunch. The 2 quicks. Just like this orthodox feel about this. Forcing the batsmen to play more deliveries. Testing their defences more often.
Disappointed there, Tom Latham. They just didn't get that at all right. The inside half of the bat, it was there to drive. And that's what Bangladesh are wanting New Zealand to do. Hit the ball straight or try and pierce the offside. But see the bat skewed around in the hand there. No timing whatsoever.
And there is an opportunity to gap it on that onside too. You either hit it straight or to the left of the mid-on fielder. Or even if you go more mid-wicket, there are some gaps.
I like this approach too. I'm with this because if New Zealand have come out to try and score quickly after lunch, Bangladesh is saying we're going to block your progress. If we can't get you out, we're going to try and stall you. I don't mind this at all if it creates an opportunity or just makes New Zealand try and do something just a little bit unorthodox. It will have worked.
And there shouldn't be any gimmies in Test cricket. You're going to have to work hard. It's not just something that's going to gift to you. In the moment, looking for that breakthrough, Bangladesh. Beauty of Test cricket. We've got a beautiful day Greens look fantastic, a good red ball still to bowl with, so plenty still for Bangladesh to do, and keep backing themselves that their plan will come off.
Just the one from the over, 203 without loss.
However, having just said that, 203 without loss, I mean, how much is that playing on the minds of the Bangladeshi bowlers? Had an opportunity with Tom Latham, might have been the second or third ball that he faced in the innings, to grab him. Came off the bat fast. That's about the only one that I can remember.
Mehdi. Oh, gee whiz, that's a beautiful shot from Latham, because he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, but he didn't panic. That's glorious.
Yeah, it was just the way he held his shape. So easy. You don't get to the pitch, you commit yourself and you just throw your hands through it, and he just kept so still. Beautiful head position. Just almost effortless. Stroked it over the boundary.
Oh, what a time to be batting. You got the confidence in the pitch to do that. Latham now 92.
We've seen that throughout the summer from Latham, though, in a seemingly slowish time. He can come out, then use his feet as he did then, back himself, spotting the gap. Might have been predicted a little bit from Latham, and then to add salt to the wound, sneak a single as well.
Reminds me of him batting in one-day game in the middle order. It's like, how dare you bowl to me with the field up? I'm going to get him back. It's a wonderful shot.
Problem here is that Mehdi's going at 5.8 runs per over. They'd like to bowl a spinner throughout a session when you get into that situation, but you can't at that rate. The game just disappears on you so quickly.
They're trying to bowl to a simple plan. Got the men on the drive for the catch. If they get a little bit wide, they've got the cover boundary fielder or cover point. In case they get wide, then Latham plays shots like that, and it makes it very hard to stick to this plan.
And top it off, a glorious cover drive. What a beautiful over of batting that was. Textbook, 215 for none. So Craig Spearman and Roger Toos go down to number 5. Raval and Latham now number 4 on this list. Highest opening stand by 2 left-handers.
Yeah, what about that top one? Best opening partnership, 387 between Glenn Turner and Terry Jarvis in the West Indies at Georgetown in Guyana. I mean, that would have been a magnificent opening spell.
It was the border ground. Really fast outfield, generally very good pitch back in those days. Was Leslie Guyana one of your favourite holiday spots, actually. You've spent some time here. Was it last year that you spent some time in Guyana? Loved it.
Loved being there. The cricket was great. The bowling that Turner and Jarvis would have faced for that 387.
Uten Dow, I think, was one. Van Vern Holwater, maybe. Sobers, Garfield Sobers. Thinking maybe Inchinali, Lance Gibbs. These are just names I'm throwing out. But probably none of them played, but great West Indies bowlers. I'm sure someone right now in our group is doing some homework on that.
Well, Abu Jaya toils away for Bangladesh into the 17th over.
There we go. Let's have a look at this. It doesn't tell us who the bowlers are. Oh, David Holford, Howard, Clive Lloyd. 36 overs, Clive Lloyd, none for 74. Goodness me. Certainly Van Vern Holder and Garfield Soper's open. Gordon Greenwich get a bowl. Everyone got a bowl. Kelly Charan, Lawrence Rowe got a bowl. Oh, it's Jeffrey Greenwich. Thank goodness for that. I was going to say, I played against Gordon Greenwich. Yes, me. Arms would have just about fallen off, wouldn't they? How demoralising would that be when they're 300 and something for none?
387. I mean, not the friendliest of places, you'd have to think, the West Indies. Then Turner, 259. Terry Jarvis, 182.
You'd have to think it was a pretty good surface. 10 wickets in the whole 5 days. Not a lot.
That Roy Fredericks could play. Kelly Charan. Taylor Congdon Kunis. Match was a draw and everyone was greatly relieved. At border. Yeah. Martin Crowe scored 188 against a slightly more hostile West Indies attack than Sobers, Holder and Lloyd. $2.15 for none. Tom Latham approaching number 9. Haven't seen his old man at the ground. He travels a wee bit. Rod to watch Tom play, understandably so. Sally, of course, Mum. Imagine he's not here. He'd certainly be taking a long lunch at home. He's pretty accustomed to those.
Well, he might want to be here, but you not to notice him here.
Hey. Submit,
how aggressive Latham was in the previous over. Long on, long off, back and on back. Sure he'll be eager just to get one down the ground.
I'm just happy to tuck it around the corner, pick up a single. Certainly shown us his immense ability to concentrate for very long periods of time.
.216 for none.
Put in the hard yards. You play very correctly. Form a partnership, and this is one of the beauties of what you can do later in the day. Other batsmen can profit from the work that these two are putting in for New Zealand. Very, very impressive.
They'll be needing plenty of those this afternoon, the Bangladesh bowlers. Plenty of drinks. They're not going to hurry through, that's for sure. We'll be doing overtime. .97.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see, only being 3 away, if Tom Latham gets a full ball outside of stump, whether he's prepared to take on that gap with a cover catcher and an extra cover. So much easier to get there with a boundary and get there in ones. It's on his mind.
Well, there's so many runs available on the onside area if he wants. There's just 3 players. It's a 6-3 offside field, so anything there is almost a free hit. I think it's the good line. That's the line. And you hold it there. Can you outweight him?
You feel if he can bowl 3 more there, it'd be interesting to see if Tom Latham leaves them all. Right, that's the area that feels like it's the best chance breaking this partnership.
Not going to be lured into playing a shot, and that's moving further away from him.
Well, that's the perfect line because of the field set as well. You know, he knows he's capable of playing the magnificent cover drive. We've seen it so often. But it's the shot that'll most likely with this field get him out if he gets it wrong. One slip in a gully, those 2 catches in on the offside. Short cover, mid-off, and then you've got your extra cover. There's just a little tempting gap, squarish, where there's a fielder right on the boundary, but it's the shot which will give you a great reward, but it is the risk shot as well.
And the 2 big things in Tom Latham's favour is his ability to concentrate for long periods of time. We've already seen that season against Sri Lanka. And also the fact that he's got 8 previous Test centuries.
Top edge, good enough though. Good enough for Tom Latham to get 100 number 9. He might have just been a bit nervous for a moment in time, but it's another special one.
Absolutely brilliant 100 from Tom Latham. There's a little bit of nervousness as we watched that ball come down. Thought there was going to be a little bit of a dive. Ended up being 4, bringing up Tom Latham's 9 Test 100. Brilliant achievement, and this opening partnership just continues on and on.
Well, he wasn't going to let that ball go without having a real go at it. Found the boundary and brought up, as you say, Chris Harris's 9th 100.
Wait on!
Brilliant stuff. 220 for none.
Now Latham at his best, waiting for the loose delivery to come his way. And when it did, he got it right in the middle. Beautiful straight. So many runs down there for him. And then knew the gap was there on the onside from Mahidi, the slow bowler. Tucked away one on the offside as well. And then the pull. Bit of excitement to start with from Bangladesh, but in the end, he might have exhaled Tom Latham. He's brought up his 9th 100. And the red lines tell you a story, and the 2 blues.
Oh, that's beautiful as well. Not overhit. Just get a couple of 4. In fact, Tom Latham's coming back for 3. I thought there was a chance to get Raval, who was a bit tardy at the bowler's end, but the combo was just not good enough.
Now, it looked a bit slow in the field, a bit cumbersome. The throw, a bit of excitement again, and a poor throw. And Tom Latham taking them on, backing himself, as he has with reaching 3 figures this afternoon.
Talking about Raval being run out at the other end, but just wonder if the wicketkeeper had stood where he was. In other words, if he'd have stood where he was behind the stumps, that wasn't a bad throw if the keeper's behind the stumps. And where's Latham? Interesting. Very interesting.
Well, it's not really. I think if he was behind the stumps, he was out. I think it's as simple as that.
This will please you greatly. Tom Latham did scamper, but even if he's behind the stumps there, he's got a huge chance to get Latham. And they haven't had too many. There's a stat, Leslie. We're just about to finish, but here's a good one for you to finish on. Do you claim John Wright as a can-tap?
Learned all his cricket in the area.
Okay. Now, 900s for Tom Latham. There's only one New Zealand player as an opener that got more. He's got 12. So it's Canterbury. Canterbury.
Good ball, Miraj.
Canterbury.
Yeah, he was played absolutely the most of his cricket for Northern Districts.
Oh, that in itself puts a dampener on it, doesn't it? It's been half an hour of joy if you're a batting fan. 226 for none.
It's been all New Zealand since about the same time of day yesterday. Started well for Bangladesh, this test match, but Jeet Raval and Tom Latham joined that auspicious group in terms of openers scoring a century in the same innings. It suggests there's still a bit of batting to go for both of them. It's been a great start by Tom Latham, bringing up his 9th Test 100. The last over from Jeet. Saw the definition of enthusiasm at lunchtime. Neil Wagner wandering across the oval to have a net, pads on, gloves, bat. Having just taken 5 for the previous day, he's keen to get things with the willow working as well. Yeah, it's been good from Latham. We mentioned his start yesterday. He was less fluent than Ravel, his partner. Some time to get into his innings to get the timing going. The ball flying off the middle of the bat, but certainly can't be critical of him. He's built this innings around some really sturdy foundations. Certainly bearing fruit now in terms of that approach. Look at that, over 3,000 test runs.
Been a good innings because I don't think he was in the best of form early on. He had to battle through, he didn't give up. And throw it away. And just the last 20 or so runs, or last 30 or so runs have been very good. More fluent, that happens, but you've got to work through the tough times earlier on when things aren't really working for you, when the feet aren't going as you'd like them. The hand-eye's not quite what you need.
Ball superbly, square the wicket on the leg side. He flew off the bat, timed it superbly.
And this is the reward for good hard graft. It's stand and deliver sort of stuff. You start finding in the middle of the bat.
Oh, great footwork. Tall rifle.
Is he a bit slow to move, to react there?
It was in slow motion, Mark.
All right.
Goes to the hook again. It's gone very fine. Just a single. More conventional from the Bangladeshis after lunch. We saw prior to the break, their quicks were pretty keen to indulge some Wagner-esque strategy with a lot of bounces. But now it's been a bit more line and length of the conventional tone. Slow ball to finish the over. 2:31 without loss, New Zealand. Four more runs time and New Zealand will have scored more than all 10 wickets of the Bangladesh first innings. It tells the tale really, doesn't it? Very plain terms. It's been the Raval and Latham show today. The Bangladeshis very energetic. The enthusiasm hasn't been diminished. Very much second fiddle.
Tell you what, it'll get hard shortly though. Get the energy up. Keep the body language good and the fielding standards. It's when the fielding standards drop off that you start to see where a side is mentally ground into the dirt.
The keenness has been there from Bangladesh. There certainly can't be critical at all of their effort and their hard toil as Epidot Hussain returns to the bowling crease. He's been good. He's been excellent. Turned fine. just a single behind square leg. Another extra leg bite added to total. I guess in terms of that energy and enthusiasm levels being maintained, the best way to judge that will be the last sort of hour of play today. See if the wicket keeping going and shooing another wicket or two later on. Go, Mark, you're gone. You and Louis, gone. Dempster and Mills next up for Raval and Latham.
Wait on.
Muffle repeal, always pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg, and probably continuing on down leg side. One wonders what this innings will mean for Jeet Raval. Obviously the glory of scoring his debut 100. You often see that when batsmen perhaps struggle just to get that first one ticked off, then they get onto a bit of a run. Start to chalk them up. Just 2 straight so far, Everdot, in this over. Return to the bowling crease. It's been very leg side. Simple stuff.
Yeah, he's been very disciplined too, Jeet Raval, and throughout his innings we saw a lot of leaves early on, ones that went just over top of the stumps, but look at the height where he's pulled deliveries from. Those are the closer ones to Jeet Raval, the ones that are the red deliveries closer to the batsman. He's pulled those, then he's played the cut shot, and the one that went over top of the slips to the wider ones. He's been nice and tight off his pads, but he's played a lot of dot balls and left a lot of deliveries as well around that off stump, and left well and earned himself those boundaries along the way, I think. And you two being opening batsmen, top order batsmen in your case after a little while, Ken, just the fact that he has earned himself those boundaries because of those leaves and being quite disciplined.
He's been selective, hasn't he? He's picked the right height to go after. Anything too high is just lack the control. We saw it in the Bangladeshi innings with a lot of their batsmen. Anything that was too high, they still wanted to go after. That caused their downfall.
Waiting.
Solid stuff from New Zealand continues. 233 without loss. No, he's an outstanding player of the short ball, the horizontal bat shots, Simon. He's someone who gets up nice and high, and he uses that height, and he gets the back lift up a bit higher and comes down over the ball nicely, rolls his wrists when he plays those pull shots. He's able to control it really in terms of hitting the front of the square, or maybe waiting a bit longer and just carving the ball behind square as well, dependent upon where those fieldsmen are. He's a pretty elegant player. Well, that's a sobering thought for the Bangladeshis. Once they can make an inroad in this innings, they've still got Williamson, Taylor and Nichols to come. Goodness. Some batting.
Well, Williamson and Taylor have probably had the pads on. Williamson's had the pads on for quite some time now. How he's going, I'd imagine he'd be quite a patient sort of relaxed waiter.
Change of ends here for Mahidi Hassan. Bowling his off spin now from the city end, around the wicket to the left-handed Raval. Just want to get a few dots going maybe. Around 6 and over, the off spinner. It's too easy again for Latham.
Yeah, he's been disappointing for me, Mahedi. You would expect being too critical. Ah, no, I'm going to criticise him. I don't think for a subcontinent spinner he's put enough pressure on, to tell you the truth. I think there is some spin there. His control of length has not been good enough, and he just hasn't been a go-to option for his skipper.
And there's another boundary off the blade of Raval. Waited on this really nicely. And just end up dabbing it, late cutting it down to third man for 4. That's quality. That really is. It's waited and waited and waited. Picked a spot.
It's timed the ball well in this innings. It's been possibly the feature for me.
Wait on.
Pretty good record, the off spinner, Mahedi Hassan. Averaging around the 30 mark. It's a classic in-out field, isn't it? It's a couple of sweepers on either side of the wicket and all the catches. All options being covered, but maybe no options are being covered.
Wait.
240 without loss.
Hey, he said the good.
But that continues. We'll be about Latham and Raval today.
And 3 Test centuries in 1 New Zealand season now for Tom Latham, 264, 176 against Sri Lanka, now 109 not out against Bangladesh. He joins a list of New Zealand's best. 5 other New Zealanders.
No run.
Timing on that occasion. John Wright, 3 centuries in 1 New Zealand season. Andrew Jones, Brendan McCullum, Ross Taylor and Kane Williamson. The other New Zealanders on that list, and 1 overseas player with 3 centuries, Test matches in New Zealand in 1956. Everton Weeks. Wonderful tour of New Zealand.
Oh, that's 4 more. Again, there's some guile about the batting of Raval. There's elegance with the drives and the pulls and the cuts. But there's something else about this. This is quality. It's waited and waited and guides it down to third man for 4.
It's been a good area for him, hasn't it? Scored a lot of runs down through there with good controlled shots. Problem is, when you look at the wagon wheel, you think he's getting a little outside edges. Down through third man, bowlers like Simon Dill pulling their hair out, getting angry. Back, they've been right out in the middle of the bat.
And that's one of the reasons why, as a bowler, quite often, and more of a swing bowler ever than a seam bowler, quick bowler, I preferred bowling with a third man. One down the leg side was a poor delivery, and that was my fault. Raval approaching an average of 40 now. I actually preferred a third man taking the ball across a left-hander or away from a right-hander. If I bowled a good ball and it went for 1, I was okay with that. Didn't get quite as angry, Mark.
Wait on.
So is that one of your slips going down to third man, Doyle? So you're giving up one of your attacking options, or are you dragging one across from the other side of the wicket?
I'm just bringing my fine leg across. Bowl without a fine leg, and have a square leg and a mid-on only on the leg side.
Some bowlers get nervous though, don't they? They get nervous without the fine leg of getting in tight to getting in closer and looking for that LBW as well. Especially when the ball's swinging, you don't want to rule LBW out. Not having a fine leg can often make bowlers a bit hesitant to get straighter when required.
Playing a miss. Or taken by Latham Das. Well bowled by Iridot Hussain. It's ended over 244 without loss. This is a rarity. Error of judgment. See the keeper's still alert. She swung away again, didn't it, that ball, after it pitched and went past the bat of Raval. Some encouragement for the bowler.
Tough work for the quick bowlers. I heard Craig Cumming talking earlier, or asking the question actually, why is the ball swinging after it's gone past the batsman? And it's almost being difficult for the keeper to take. Well, there's a fairly simple explanation for it if you think about it logically. When you're bowling the ball hard into the wicket, it doesn't have any time to swing when you bowl the ball hard into the wicket. But if you look at the distance between where the ball pitches and where the wicketkeeper's standing, it's got so much time to curve in the air and swing. So if the ball in fact hits the pitch and then the seam stands up, it's then got about, I'm thinking at times, 15 to 20 metres to swing. Well, it very rarely ever has that unless you bowl a very full delivery out of your hand. That's the reason. I hope Craig's listening next door and learned something.
Well, it was mentioned, Simon, that the Sultan would come up with the answer, and it's been proven, so thank you, Simon. It does make sense, though. It does make sense.
Just common sense. The other thing is sometimes that the ball is not going out of the hand perfectly seam up. We're in a decent position to swing. And once it pitches, it does straighten up perfectly and allows the ball to swing a little bit more. The distance between where it pitches and where the keeper's standing is generally quite a lot further if the ball is reasonably short than it is from where the bowler lets the ball go to where it pitches.
It's come over the wicket this over. Here's Mahdi Hassan, and just to try and change the line of attack, get the batsman to look at a different area of the bowling crease. Not sure I've seen one turn yet. He's got a good record, Mahdi Hassan. As you expect, his wickets are more prevalent at home. He's got 58 of those 84 wickets at home, and an average of 20, averaging 52 away. That tells a story. Another simple single for Latham out to the deep point fieldsman, 247 without loss. Eberdot will continue this spell during the mid-session of the second day's play. First test match. Been good, he's tried hard as the Bangladeshi seamer. It's a good prospect. I guess that's the thing about this Bangladesh pace attack. They're reasonably inexperienced. They're all pretty similar in the way they go about their work. Abu Jaid and Eberdot and Khalid. All about the early 130km/h mark, right arm over, looking to do similar things with the ball. They're all quite young and inexperienced guys, so they'll really benefit from it's pretty hard work against a well-settled partnership on a flat second day deck here at Senham Park. It's tough for them, the learning experience.
Just 4 test matches between the 3 seamers, so it's absolutely learning. And the tough thing from a Bangladesh point of view is if they don't have any ground in Bangladesh, let's say like New Zealand are looking to produce 1 ground, maybe 2, where the ball turns a bit, where it's a bit tough, rather than having just these flat roads which we've tended to produce over the last 10 to 15 years, which I don't think have done our cricket a lot of good, as in terms of travelling overseas. The record overseas has been pretty poor, but it's been good in New Zealand. So what do you want out of it? Do you just want to be good in New Zealand and maybe win the odd game when you're away? But I think if Bangladesh can perhaps find a ground in their country that they can leave some grass on, make hard, sort of encourage some fast bowlers. India have done it. India have had a couple of grounds of late, Kolkata I can think of, where they can leave a bit of grass on it and encourage some quick bowlers. Mohali can do the same thing. They don't often do it, but they can do it. And what that does is encourages some young men to want to be fast bowlers. You take them to that ground, you let them play some first-class cricket on those sorts of grounds. They'll always produce good spinners and good players of spin. That's a given. But when they tour overseas, they need genuine quick bowlers. The reason India are #1 in the world now is because they're producing fast bowling talent. They can travel overseas and perform that duty in any condition.
Was there a bit of an issue with maybe the clays that they use, that you put grass on them and the ball can go all over the show? In New Zealand, we tend to need the grass just for pace, and it often doesn't go all over the show.
I don't think so, because of the sunshine and the warm weather. Get the grounds hard enough.
Pushing for 2 out into the cover field, but just a single to finish the over. Latham on to 112, Raval 130, both not out, 248 without loss. Yeah, there's something about the trio of quick bowlers of Bangladesh. They've made the 4 test matches. They have that rawness about them. But the base technique's good. They're athletic, they're fit, they're big, strong fellas, and ball's coming out nicely with the seam and looking to bowl outswing to the right hander. It's something to work with.
Got a legend of fast bowling coaching them. It's got to be pretty cool. One thing I've liked about their seamers is they've kept their aggression up. You hear them grunting, and no one's going through the motions out there.
Yeah, they've had some clear plans. Coach Stephen Rhodes, Mamadula, the captain, and bowls himself, with Courtney Walsh, their coach. Yeah, you put some thought into it.
Pick up on your point last over too, Ken, around Mahedi Hassan and the New Zealanders pincher an overthrow here. Just a couple. Home and away stats, and 250 comes up for New Zealand. They're interesting. I mean, you can find home and away stats for most players, I think, will be better one area than they will in the other, and a lot at home as well. But bottom line is that your career is still your career, and you played against all those teams anyway, haven't you? I mean, a lot of people have a go at Ravichandran Ashwin about his stats in India and his stats away from home. Well, again, the fact is that now that India have got fast bowling stocks, he's not required as much away from home. And if he dominates at home, I wouldn't have an issue with that whatsoever. He is world class. James Anderson, people have a go all the time about Anderson. Oh, at home he's got 368 wickets at 22, and away he's got 200 wickets at 33. Well, he's not as good away from home. The guy is a world class operator. His stats might be better at home. I mean, he enjoys playing at home. So what?
Would you say the same of a batsman?
Yeah, I think I would. Certain players play spin better. They will play better in the subcontinent than they will away. Some of the great subcontinent players have had very similar records home and away. Some of the great ones. Still averaging late 40s or early 50s home and away.
It's a big call, isn't it? If you've got a player who is fantastic, let's say they're averaging above 40 in their own conditions, it's a big call to leave them out just because you're overseas. But yeah, and you've got to be that player who does cash in your conditions. Well, someone else gets an opportunity and you're gone. 252 without loss. And it looks like it's time for the Powerade drinks break.
252 without loss after 69 overs. It's now time for the Powerade drinks break. Powerade, hydrating the Blackcaps.
Bangladesh trying to prolong their drinks break. It's been a tough day. Outstanding batting from the New Zealanders. A first test century for Jeet Raval. And he, along with Tom Latham, have put on 252 here at Seddon Park. So far, New Zealand leading by 18.
Yes, the Raval Latham showpiece continues here at Seddon Park. They look in total control, hitting the boundaries often, creating milestones along the way for both themselves and for New Zealand, as the Latham 100 has impeccable ability to pick the lengths again, showed up. Raval chipping in as well, already got to the 3 figures. Some lovely soft hands, a little gap through the slip cordon as well, so has met a beautiful day in Hamilton.
This is one of the little bugbears for someone like Mark Richardson. These drinks breaks seem to take forever. I understand if you're Bangladesh, it is a beautiful day. That is the good news. It's quite warm outside as well. So the quick bowlers for Bangladesh who have had a lot of work so far. There's been wicketless work at the moment, but they have toiled hard and tried the short ball a la Neil Wagner, hasn't worked. And Chris Harris, where to now for Bangladesh?
Yeah, it's never going to be easy. You've just got to be very disciplined with the ball. Try and keep it in good areas and force the New Zealanders to play good shots. Just try and slow that run rate. They haven't had too many opportunities. It's so important that Mamadula gets the field right and the bowlers execute the plan. At the moment, I don't think they've been able to apply any pressure on either Raval or Latham for a long enough period of time. New ball, I think, is another opportunity for them. 11 overs away, I believe. It's if the strengths break ever finishes.
I'm just looking at both Jeet Raval and Tom Latham calling to the dressing room. It looks like 4 headbands, is it? For a change in helmet. Pretty hot, as we mentioned out there. No hat. Here we are. Wasn't interpreting the hand signals that well, but there we are. Jeet Raval putting on the wide brim sun hat.
Well, Mamadula is going to take things into his own hands, Bangladesh skipper. They've come up with a plan. He thinks the man to execute it.
I was listening to the last conversation, Mark Richardson and Simon Doull talking about, does it really matter when you're talking about the overall records of players, whether they have a different home and away, conditions based, of course, quick bowlers, spinners, batsmen. And it got me thinking, so I might just throw a little trivia question at you both. I like being the quiz master.
You do, and I'm scared.
Dennis Lilly, quite rightly considered one of the all-time greats. 355 test wickets. How many of those 355 wickets came in the subcontinent and the West Indies? How many of his 355 wickets did he take in any of the subcontinent countries and the West Indies?
You know the answer already, don't you? Or else you wouldn't have asked it.
Well, I asked Francis Payne to confirm for me, yes, but...
You've got it.
There we go, 355 wickets at 23.
Leslie, I feel like one of us has got to go low and one's got to go high.
I'm picking it's a low score I'm going for. Subcontinent and the West Indies was the question.
70 test matches.
Can we ask how many tests he played in those nations?
That is relevant.
Wait on.
Are you giving us a clue?
I've got a feeling he didn't play a lot of tests in the West Indies and the subcontinent. Don't think he's going to give us that information.
Wait.
Didn't play many tests, I don't think, in those areas, did he?
You going to give me an answer, or am I just going to give you the answer?
I would tick that he probably got 2/3 of his wickets in Australia and England. Meaning he probably got about 30 in the other places.
Straight up, this could end it. Jeet Raval. Well, he misjudged it, but still hung on. A loose, poor shot from Jeet Raval, and New Zealand have lost their first.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed. Going along comfortably, New Zealand tried to chance his arm. Trying to clear the boundary for 6. Good catch in the end. And it was always going to take a good bit of fielding. Mamadula, the Bangladesh skipper, delighted. He has got the breakthrough. And Jeet Raval out for his first Test match 100, 132, a brilliant knock. And New Zealand now 254 for 1.
After a maiden Test century, Jeet Raval.